Smith. Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith. How about Michael Todd? Thank you, Mr. Todd. Jacob Burburn. Thank you. All right, that concludes on the dock. Was there anyone that expected to have their name called but was not? Okay, that concludes the next lockout. Thank you.
Villanueva, Villanueva.
And Ms. Villanueva, where do you currently live?
4714 15th Street, Bacliff, Texas.
And is your house neighbors with a house that used to belong to Ms. Tammy King?
Yes, sir.
When this incident over here in Fort Today happened, were you living in that house now?
No.
Where were you living at?
326 Jasper Street, Trailer 1, Bacliff, Texas.
And who was living in that 4714 15th Street?
My parents.
And do your parents speak fluent English?
No.
So how did you get involved in this case?
I got a call from my mom saying she needed to share the camera footage to the detectives.
And so you helped gather surveillance footage?
Yes, sir.
And you said you currently live at 4715?
Yes.
Who do you live there with?
My mom and my husband and my baby.
And you only have one child?
One at the moment and pregnant with another one.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And in fact, you were hospitalized yesterday?
Yes.
But you're feeling okay now?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Without going into the contents of the video, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what is it? And was the device used to record the footage capable of making an accurate copy of the events that happened?
Yes, sir.
Do those events appear to have been tampered or altered with?
No.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events?
Yes.
At this time, State would move to admit State's 15 federally public company. No objection. This is a way that might be a silly question, but is the 4714 house located in Galveston County?
Yes, sir.
And is that whole block located in Galveston County?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Villanueva, when you were, how did you end up giving this footage to the police?
I recorded the tape on the USB from the camera footage from the box.
And have you reviewed this video before testifying?
No. Oh, yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about sort of the camera itself. In this upper right corner, we see a timestamp here, 13:47. Is that the accurate time, or is the time off at all?
I believe the time was off.
By, about an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the beginning of the footage, we see the timestamp at 13:46. But if we skipped ahead to about the 1 minute and 31 second mark, we see it go back to 13:05. Yes. Is the earlier footage the actual end of the video, and just the end is somehow got saved at the beginning of the video?
Yes.
Okay. But the video itself is beginning to end, just beginning at about the 1:30 second mark.
Yes.
And you have to go back and watch the first minute and a half to get the end of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then with that being said, we'll start at the 1 minute and the 25 second mark. So do we see some people sort of in the backyard of Tammy King's house?
Yes.
Now, when you got this footage for the police, did you watch it to try to figure anything out, or were you just trying to figure out what the police were interested in and give it to them?
With them?
Yes.
Yes, actually they mainly zoomed it in on the two people that are walking in the back.
On this footage, are you able to see anything specific that they're doing, or just that they're walking around?
I believe they had trash bags. That's about it.
Okay. Now, as the video progresses at the tail end, do we see a car pull into their driveway?
Yes.
Do you know what type of car it was?
The black car.
I'm going to pause the video at the 3-minute, 35-second mark and kind of fast forward to that car arriving. Around the 42-minute and 5-second mark, pressing play. Is that car you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
Is that same car backing into the driveway?
Yes.
Pausing the video at the 43-minute and 23-second mark. Might have been a little bit difficult to see, but were you able to observe some movement around the car?
Yes.
And about this time where I paused it at 43 minutes and 23 seconds, we see the car pulling away. And if the timestamp was 1 hour off, this would be at 12:47 at the time.
Yes.
Press and play at the 28-second mark, or pardon me, 28 seconds left, the 43-minute and 23-second mark. And then press and play at the 0-minute, 0-second mark just to see the beginning of the video. This is just kind of for some reason when you saved it, that last bit of footage that we already watched was resaved again at the beginning. That's correct. Okay. Now, pause the 23-second mark. We'd already established that you weren't living at the house at that time. Were you present at the house at 12:05 or February 5th, 2025?
No, sir.
So you didn't hear or see anything in regards to the actual murder of Miss King?
No.
Did you know either Tammy King or Tara King or Uriah Urick?
Tara and Tammy King.
And how did you know that?
They were neighbors.
How long did you know them for?
My whole life.
Okay. And you sort of describe your relationship with Tara King?
We used to play with each other when we were little.
And play where? Like in the
Yeah,
neighborhood?
in the street, so she used to come over to my parents' house.
And as y'all got older, did y'all remain friends or something different?
No, we went our separate ways.
Okay. So about, if you could estimate, about how long was it since you had talked with Tammy before this incident? Or Tara, sorry.
Tara? Probably like 5th grade, 6th grade.
Absolutely, Judge.
Ma'am, my name is Bill Agnew and I represent Uriah Urick. You said you hadn't really had much of a relationship with Tara since about 5th grade. How old are you now?
20.
Okay. Now, did you have any kind of dealings with Tara and her grandmother Tammy
No,
at all?
no,
So you didn't know anything about the nature of their relationship?
no.
Okay. How often were you at your parents' house?
How often?
Yes.
Could you describe the question better?
Were you there much or not at your parents' house?
Oh,
Any time?
yes.
Going back to, February of, this year.
Oh, this year, no.
Okay. When you say you weren't there very often, were you there some or not?
No.
Okay. So you were hardly ever at that house?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have any idea about what dealings were going on there then?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get at, did a lot of people come and go, or did they keep to themselves?
Oh, they kept themselves to themselves.
Okay. So there was not a lot of foot traffic there then
No.
that you saw?
That I saw, no.
Okay. Did you know anything about Tammy at all?
When I was younger, yes, but once I got older, no.
Okay. Okay. That's what it is, Judge.
Come further, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down. Calling next witness.
State of call, Roberto Garcia.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
I'm Rigoberto Gorosquieta. Do you need that spelled?
I would love that spelled, please.
RIGOVERTOGURRUSQUIETA.
And because I don't have as good a pronunciation of you as you, is it all right if I call you Rigo? Okay. So, Rigo, how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
20 years old. And if I asked you to give this jury a 2-sentence introduction of yourself, what would you tell them?
I'm just a college student that's making it by.
Making it by. What do you do for work, or do you work?
I work at a coding center. I teach kids how to code computer science.
And what are you studying at school?
Process technology.
How much longer do you have in your program?
1 more year.
And Rio, where did you grow up?
I grew up in Dickinson.
And does that mean you also went to Dickinson High School?
Yes.
What year was it that you graduated?
2024.
And When you were in high school, did you ever know somebody by the name of Tara King or Uriah Urick?
Yes, but they went by nicknames.
They went by nicknames. Can you tell me what those nicknames were?
Tara went by Aaron, and Uriah went by Percy.
Okay. Let's start with Tara, or with Aaron. How long did you know her for?
I've known her for maybe since the start of high school, some freshman year, but I've never really been friends with her.
Okay.
Just knew of her.
Okay. And what about Percy? How long had you known him?
I didn't know him until the whole case started.
Okay.
I didn't know they were dating.
Okay. So you really didn't know much about them, but you knew who Tara was. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you also know somebody by the name of Nathan Anderson?
Yes.
How do you know Nathan Anderson?
He is one of my close friends since 7th grade.
So, a good long amount of time. Is that right? I want to bring your attention to February 5th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me what you were doing that day.
I just woke up from like a long nap in the morning, and I get a call from Nathan.
Okay. And make sure you don't tell me what anyone said on the phone call to you. But when you talked to Nathan, how did he sound?
He sounded a little distressed.
Okay. And after your phone call with Nathan, what were you going to do?
Go drive Uriah and Tara to Nathan's house.
Okay. And did you have a way to get in contact with Uriah or Tara?
No. The only way we got in contact was from Nathan giving them my number.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching you with what's been temporarily marked as State's Exhibit 16. Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's my screenshot.
It's your screenshot? So this is something you created?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate depiction? What I mean by that is it hasn't been changed in any way?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, State moves to admit State 16, having tendered it to opposing counsel for objection.
Objection.
State 16 will be admitted.
And may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, here we go. I am showing you what's been marked as States 16. And you stated this was a screenshot. What is this a screenshot of?
The call that Nathan gave me.
And is that the call you were just telling us about?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us on what date and time that call was?
That was at 12:24 p.m. on February 5th.
And that's in this year, correct? So you said that Nathan gave Uriah Tara your number, correct?
Yes.
And did you make contact with Tara or Uriah?
I made contact with Uriah.
Okay. How did you make contact with him?
He called my phone first.
Okay. And when he called your phone, was it a number you had saved?
No.
Okay. Did you answer that phone?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you and Uriah talked about in that phone call? And you can tell me what he said.
Okay. So he called me first. He asked if I was Rigo, and I said yes. He said that he needed a ride to Nathan's house. And I was like, I just said, okay, yeah, I can give you that ride. And he also asked if I can stay on the phone the whole time.
When he asked if you could stay on the phone that whole time, was that normal to you, odd to you? What did you think?
It was pretty odd to me.
Okay. And while he's talking to you, how does he sound?
He sounded a little distressed, but it seems like he tried to be calm through most of it.
Okay. And so he asked you to stay on the phone the whole time. What happens next?
I get in my car, and I started driving to the address that he gave me.
Okay. And do you recall what that address was?
Not really. I think it was somewhere on 15th Street
Okay. In what city?
in San Leon.
And or Sands
Or Bacliff.
Bacliff, okay. And do you know what county and state that's in?
Galveston County.
And it sounds silly, but what state?
Texas.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Reader, I'm approaching you with what's been temporarily marked as State Exhibit 21 and 22. Same thing. Without telling you what they are, if you would please look at them and let me know if you recognize both of these documents.
I do.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize them?
There were screenshots I made.
So these are also documents that you created. Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, statements to admit States 21 and 22, having tendered to opposing counsel.
Okay.
Those will be admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Rita, let's start with States 21. We let the jury know what we're looking at here.
This is the call from Uriah that happened on February 5th, 12:28 p.m.
So this sounds like roughly 5 minutes after your call with Nathan?
Yes.
And how long was this phone call?
18 minutes.
And in States 22, while you're on that phone call, what is this?
This is him texting me the address.
And just confirming that same phone number is what we see in States 21, correct?
Yes.
Do you stay on the phone with Uriah your entire drive to their house?
Yes, I stayed on the phone the whole time.
Okay. And while you're on the phone with Uriah, is he saying anything to you?
He tells me when I arrived there, back into the house with the tan tarp, or tan curtains.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
that's pretty much it.
Okay. Does he tell you at this point, does he tell you any reason why they need the ride?
Oh yeah, they said that they were trying to get away from their crazy grandma, that she was controlling
Okay.
and just crazy overall.
Okay. And once you arrived at the house, tell me what you did.
I backed up into the driveway, like they told me, and when I backed up into the driveway, they quickly got out of the tan curtains and told me to open the trunk. And I opened the trunk, and that's when they put their bags inside the car.
So I'm going to back up a little bit. What kind of car did you drive at that point?
Nissan Altima 2014,
What color?
black.
Your Honor, may I publish States 15?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Rigo, we're going to press play on States 15 at 42 minutes and 37 seconds. Will you please tell us when or if you see your vehicle?
There's my vehicle.
And on what part of the screen is your vehicle?
On the right side.
Okay. And what are you doing in the video?
I'm backing up into the driveway.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with a laser pointer?
Yes.
All right, Rigo, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. Make sure you don't shoot our court recorder in the eye. It's going to be this button. Use that button, and then can you show us first where your vehicle is? Okay. And you said that you were told to back into the driveway with the brown tarp, correct?
Yes.
And can you use that laser pointer and show us if you can see that tarp in the video?
Right there.
Okay. And could you tell what was behind that brown tarp or what it was?
I couldn't really tell what was behind it, other than it was really dark, and that's where they came out of.
Okay. And when you say they, who came out of the brown tarp?
Both Uriah and Aaron.
Okay.
Yeah, Tara.
And just so we're all clear, Aaron and Tara are the same person,
Yeah.
and Percy and Uriah are the same person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, the person that you know as Uriah or Percy, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please tell me where he's seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
You see right there with a blue collar.
Okay, with So blue collar, and when you said right there, are you pointing to your left?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
So reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you stated that you popped open your trunk and they put their bags in, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you observed about their bags or what they had?
It looked like it was in a gun bag.
Okay, and what do you mean by a gun bag?
It was shaped in a gun shape.
Okay. And what happened, what, if anything, happened next?
They got into my car and told me to go drive.
Where were you driving to?
Driving to Nathan's house.
When they first got in the car, did you observe anything about them or their demeanor, or how were they acting?
They seemed very, rushed, and that they were just trying to get away. They seemed very, very flustered, I guess, yeah.
Okay. And when they got in your car, where did everyone sit?
Uriah was in the passenger seat, and Tara was in the back.
And did Tara have anything with her?
Her dog.
Okay. Do you remember what color the dog was?
Yeah, black.
Okay. And all of their bags were in the trunk, or were some with them?
I'm pretty sure all of their bags were in the trunk.
Okay. So once they're in your car and y'all are driving to Nathan's, is Uriah talking to you?
Yes.
Can you tell me what y'all are talking about?
He was telling me how they were just trying to get away, and then I asked if they were friends of Nathan's, and they said yeah. And that's basically around the time, after that little conversation, I get a call from Nathan, or I call Nathan myself.
Okay. And after you call Nathan, what kind of happens next?
I asked if it's okay to drop them off at his place. There was no way they could.
And when you say his place, we're still talking about going to Nathan's house?
Yes.
Okay. So you said there's no way y'all could go to Nathan's, correct?
Yes.
What happens next?
I just started driving down. Up until the freeway, and I go north towards the Houston area.
Okay.
But that's around the time when Uriah and Tara are trying to find a place to stay.
Okay, and what are you hearing from Uriah?
Uriah was pretty mad, but Tara was texting people around, trying to see who can give him a place to stay.
Okay, and while Tara's doing that, do you and Uriah talk anymore, or does he make any phone calls, or what happens next?
He makes a few phone calls. He is talking to me about if I smoke or not. I don't. And then he does call one person, and they do allow him a place.
Phone calls. Is he doing anything? Does he have anything in his hands, or what's kind of he doing?
He doesn't have really anything in his hands. Up until there was another call that was made from someone else, and it was something about money.
Okay.
But that's when he pulls out a big stack of cash.
Okay. When you say a big stack of cash, can you kind of explain what you mean? What could you see?
Just, he pulls out a bag, and it's just this big, just on his lap. And he just had a stack of cash and talking to someone on the phone.
What was he saying to the person on the phone?
I think something about paying him back.
Okay. Was he saying anything about the money?
No.
Okay. And did you have any idea where the money came from?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. You said that one of the phone calls, they ultimately found someone that they could go to, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that they could go to?
I'm not sure of the person, but they settled in the person's workplace.
Okay. Do you recall where that was?
It was in Pearland, right in front of the Pearland High School, Energy Metals Inc.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes.
Ring up approaching you with what's been marked as space 23. Same question. Go ahead and take a look at it. Don't tell me what it is, but let me know if you recognize it.
I recognize it.
And how do you recognize it?
It's from my phone.
Is it another screenshot you made?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, state moves to admit State's Exhibit 23, having tendered to opposing counsel.
Objection.
23 will be admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes, please.
All right, Rigo, this is State's 23. Is that your name we see at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you tell us kind of what we're looking at? What is this a screenshot of?
These are the directions to Energy Metals.
And is that, sorry, go ahead.
And also, if you see down there, it's the 15th Street.
Is that this part right here?
Yes.
Okay.
That's their location.
Okay. So this is, what application is this from?
From Apple Maps.
So is this your driving that day of February 5th?
Yes.
Ultimately, do you drive them to Energy Metals?
Yes, I do.
And when you drive them to Energy Metals, where do you take them?
I take them to the parking lot. We drive around there because we drive around the parking lot because Uriah told me that there was a car I needed to look out for.
Do you recall what that car was?
Yeah, it was a white Jeep with blue handles.
And did you know who the white Jeep belonged to?
No, not at all.
Okay. Did you have any idea who they were meeting?
No.
Once you got them there, did they get out of the car?
Yes.
What all did they take with them when they got out of your car?
All the bags for my trunk.
And did you have any idea, I know you described gun bags, but did you have any idea what was in the bags?
No, not at all. They just told me that there was like their belongings.
Their belongings. Did they ever tell you that they had guns in the car?
No.
Okay. Once they got out of the car, what did you do?
Once I got out of the car, just sat there for a little bit while they got all their stuff situated. And once they took the bags out of my car, closed the car, they went to go to the guy that they were meeting, and I drove away.
Okay. And was that the last time that you heard from them?
From them, yes.
And did you ever receive any messages from them?
Oh wait, no, I did. I got a call from Tara.
And when she called you, how did she call you?
She called me on Instagram.
Okay. And so is it fair to say you have an Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, we go. Same set of questions. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as states 18, 19, and 20. Will you please look at these documents and let me know if you recognize them? And how do you recognize them?
They're from my phone.
Are they more screenshots you've created?
Mm-hmm.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
Not at all.
Okay. Other than the sticker that's on there?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, state moves to admit states 18 through 20, having tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
Those will be admitted.
All right, we go. Start with states 18. What is that name at the top?
That's Aaron.
And what is the name under Aaron?
South Park Emo.
And imagine none of us know how Instagram works. Can you tell us what those two names are or what they mean?
They're just her nickname and her username for the app.
So on the app, you have both a nickname and a username?
Yes.
Which one would be which?
The nickname is the top one, and the username is the bottom one.
So Tara's username would be South Park Emo, and her nickname would be Aaron with a star.
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this screenshot, what side would be you, and what side would be Tara?
I'm the pink side.
The pink side where it says,
Right,
yeah, thank you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she would be the left side.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, so after the you're welcome, what time are the next messages you get from her?
4:26 a.m.
And so what day is that?
I think February 6th.
So the day after you
The
drop
day
them off?
after, yes.
Okay. And can you go ahead and read us those top two messages?
It's just, yeah, thank you, and you're welcome.
Sorry, I apologize. Those two messages after 4:26.
It's Rio, it's Aaron, $1,000 to drive us to Illinois.
And then what do we see after that?
A bunch of missed calls.
And it states 19. What's happening here?
More missed calls with a few texts and just more missed calls.
After those, so at this point on Thursday, do you have any idea of what's going on other than what they told you?
No, not at all.
Does a time come where that changes?
Yeah, on Friday.
Okay. What happens on Friday?
I get a text from my friend, and they send me a screenshot that these two kids are like missing, and there was a deceased woman inside the house.
Okay.
And that they were saying that.
Was that where was that post made?
I think on Facebook.
And once you saw that, what did you do?
Immediately called the authorities.
Okay. Did you send that screenshot to Aaron as well?
No. This screenshot is actually from one of my friends.
Okay. So this got sent to Tara. This message is sent to Tara.
Yes.
Okay. And is this the Facebook post that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. You said you then immediately went to the authorities, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you go to the authorities?
Because I did not know that they killed her grandma.
Or at least you didn't know that they were involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, one more thing to show you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
And here we go. I'm showing you what's been marked as State 17. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's from my phone.
Is it another screenshot?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate depiction? It hasn't been changed?
No, not at all.
Your Honor, move to admit State 17. How do you conduct the living counsel?
No objection.
Very much. I just say something will be in there.
And may I publish?
Yes, please.
In State 17, Rigo, what are we looking at?
This was $20 from Nathan on Wednesday because he also said that.
Make sure you don't tell me what Nathan
okay.
said.
Yeah.
Why did Nathan send you $20?
He sent me $20 for gas money
Okay. Why was he giving you money for gas money?
to drive them.
And that was also on Wednesday?
Yes.
So once you saw that Facebook post and you alerted the authorities, did you tell the police everything that you had told the jury here today?
Yes.
And did you give the police all these screenshots that we've shown the jury today?
Yes.
After you contacted the authorities, did you have any more communication with Uriah or Tara?
No, not at all.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
That's right.
Thank you. Sir, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah, who's sitting here to my right. You say you didn't really know either Tara or Uriah very well?
No, not at all.
So no ideas like their family background, anything like that?
No.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you for this witness,
Thank
Your
you,
Honor.
sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state would call, I apologize, the state would call Detective Hillary Rodriguez.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Hillary Rodriguez, Hillary. Last name spelling is Rodriguez.
And Detective Rodriguez, how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. I work in our criminal division, major crimes unit.
And is that the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No.
So, before we get through everything that you've done, what does it take to become a law enforcement officer?
So I completed training at the College of the Mainland, the Police Academy. I attended the day program, so it was full-time for 6 months, and then I graduated with a basic peace officer license.
And after the academy, you said you graduated with a basic peace officer license. Who issues that license?
That was through the academy.
And is that the only license in which you need to have to be a peace officer?
Yes.
And is there any sort of testing or certification that you must take?
Yes.
What is that?
The testing and certification goes through the state, and once you pass it, then you're awarded your basic peace officer license.
And is that test through an agency called DCOL?
Yes.
And once you obtain that licensure, do you keep it forever, or do you have to have continuing education?
You have to have continuing education.
And what sort of continuing education is that?
So I now hold an advanced peace officer license through my continuing education courses. I've completed the new detective, homicide investigations, interviews and interrogations, along with a lot of other continuing education courses.
So when you first started as a peace officer, how many years ago was that?
I graduated the police academy in December of 2015.
And what was your first job in law enforcement?
Straight out of the academy, I got hired on with the Hitchcock Police Department, and I stayed there for 1 year.
And did you go somewhere after that?
After the Hitchcock Police Department, I transferred over to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, and I went into the patrol division for 4.5 years.
And as a patrol officer, what's your kind of day in the life, daily duties?
So you get anything from your calls of service to business checks, residential checks, community policing, things like that.
And you said you were there for 4.5 years?
Yes, on patrol.
After patrol, where did you go to?
After patrol, I went into the criminal warrant division, and I handled the sex offender registration for 1 year.
And what is different from patrol and the criminal warrant division and sex offender registration?
So patrol, you have your normal, like for us at the sheriff's office, it's like a 12-hour shift. And whenever I went into the sex offender registration, it was a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 position. And it was more dealing with appointments for the registered sex offenders.
And after you were at the criminal warrant division and sex offender registration, where did you go?
I went into the criminal warrants, apprehension, serving felony warrants and misdemeanor warrants.
And how long were you there?
I was there for 2 years.
After that, what position did you move to?
I went into major crimes in the criminal investigation division, and I've now since been here for 1 year.
And tell us a little bit about what does it mean to be part of the major crimes unit?
So major crimes, we handle everything from a simple theft all the way to aggravated assaults with deadly weapons, homicides. We handle everything. We're not specifically to one category.
And what is different about being a detective versus being on, say, patrol?
With a detective, we're more to help the victims and, solve the case, and a lot of paperwork goes into it.
And what are some of the things that you do as a detective?
So some of the things that I do as a detective is we do interviews, interrogations, we file warrants, and we follow up with victims and witnesses.
And is that, as part of your job as a detective, do you ever actually go physically collect the evidence, or does that go to a different division?
It goes to a different division, to our identification division.
So it sounds like the detectives, y'all are more on the investigation standpoint. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to bring your attention to February 7th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And did something occur on that date that led us to be here today?
Yes.
What was that?
It was an incident of A person was dead on the scene.
And do you recall where that was?
Can I refer to my notes?
Absolutely. If you'll just refresh your notes and then look up at me once you feel refreshed.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It was 4723 15th Street in Bacliff, Galveston County, Texas.
And what type of location was 4723 15th Street?
It was a residential house.
And can you tell us a little bit about that house, what it looked like?
So whenever you get to the home, there is a driveway off to the left of the property. The front porch has a handicap ramp and approximately 2 to 3 steps leading to a door. And once you get to that door, it's a mud room, and then you have the main door to the residence.
Once you arrived on scene, what did you do?
When I arrived on scene, I was there for observation training, and I waited for our identifications division to complete their photographs of the scene.
And why is it that the identification division does photographing first?
Before anybody gets into the residence to mess with evidence or start searches, it's to preserve.
And so, walk us through, when you first walk into that, or I guess let me ask, do you then walk into the residence?
I do.
And when you walk into the residence, what do you see?
I walk through the front door of the residence and you immediately go into the living room. The living room had 2 couches and a coffee table, entertainment center, a strong odor, a foul odor. You walk past the living room and there's a breakfast nook. When you're in the breakfast nook, off to the left is a kitchen. In the kitchen, there is no counter space. There's dirty dishes in the sink. The house is disgusting. If you're back at that breakfast nook, whenever you walk directly straight from that breakfast nook is a bedroom. There I saw a large woman naked laying on a bed. And off to the right of the breakfast nook is a hallway that leads to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
And was there anybody else in the home besides the woman you saw deceased?
No.
And were you able to tell what had caused the death of the woman at this point?
At that time, no. I did not walk into that bedroom because ID, or our identifications division, was photographing.
After the photographs are complete, what do you do after doing your walkthrough?
After the walkthrough, I was tasked with searching one of the bedrooms in the hallway. Whenever I went into that bedroom, the door to the bedroom had a series of posters on the outside. We had to force the door open because there was so much clutter on the floor. Once we got into the bedroom, I observed no sheets on the bed. There were several empty cans, like soda cans. There was half-eaten food, to-go containers for restaurants. Some of the food was molded. You could tell it's been there and sitting for a while. There was dirty clothes on the floor. There was a trash can that had no trash in it. And then maybe a queen-size bed. Off to the left of the queen-size bed was a desk in an L shape. And there was a makeshift bed underneath that desk.
When you say makeshift bed, what do you mean by that?
Like kids, they build pallets with blankets and pillows, so like that in a sense. Blankets and pillows for comfort instead of laying on the floor. And then also underneath that desk was several water bottles with a yellow liquid inside, which I believe to be urine.
And when you saw kind of the status of this room, what thoughts did you have about it?
Poor hygiene. The room was not kept at all. There was roaches. It was disgusting, and it smelled due to the old food that had been there, along with the bottles of urine.
And once you kind of go through this room, what is the next step that you do?
So while I'm in the room, I'm searching with one of our other detectives, and I locate a note, and I read the note, and I hand it off to our identifications division so they can photograph it and collect it for evidence.
Okay. And without telling me anything that the note said, could you tell who the note was written by?
After reading it, yes.
Okay. Who was it written by?
Tara King.
Okay. And just to be clear, without telling me anything it said, did it discuss the death of Ms. King?
No.
Okay. After that, what do you do next?
So after I locate the note and hand it off to our identifications division, I exit the house and I wait for my next task.
Okay. And what is your next task?
My next task was, we stayed on scene. If anybody needed help with anything or searching further, I went around to the property to try and make contact with neighbors to see if they seen or heard anything. Whenever I walked around to the property, directly behind the house was a trailer. I attempted contact with that trailer and nobody answered, so I was not able to speak with anybody there.
After you had completed kind of a walk around trying to locate anyone else, what was the next step in your part of the investigation?
My next step in the investigation, our agency put out a Facebook post in reference to the incident, and we were getting several calls. I was tasked with meeting and interviewing one of the witnesses.
And what witness was that?
Rigoberto Garesta.
And once you met Rigoberto, without telling me what he stated to you, what, if anything, did you do after that interview?
After that interview, it would have been that next morning, we met at the sheriff's office and we divided tasks. And one of my additional tasks were to meet with a business to get surveillance video in reference to the incident.
What business was that?
Energy Metals, Inc.
And did you ultimately collect any video from Energy Metals?
Yes.
Can you tell us where Energy Metals is located?
Can I refer to my notes for the exact address?
Absolutely. Or you don't even need an exact address to the city?
Yeah, it's in Pearland, Texas.
Perfect. And you stated you did obtain video from Energy Metals?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, statement moved to admit states 24 and 25 is a VRA video from Energy Metals.
No objection.
States 24 and 25 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish states 25?
Yes, ma'am.
So before we get started on this one, I know it's kind of below the play button, but can you see what time and date this is at?
Yes.
What is that?
It's February 5th of 2025, and the time is in military, 14:04 and 37 seconds.
And for those of us who may not be military time savvy, what time is that in Central Standard?
2:04 p.m.
And do you recall what day of the week February 5th would be?
I don't off of the top of my head.
Does Wednesday sound right?
Yes.
And before we press play, can you tell the jury kind of what are we looking at? What is the viewpoint here?
So this is a surveillance video camera outside of Energy Metals, Inc., which is a business in Pearland. And the surveillance video points to the entrance of the parking lot where employees park.
Good. We're going to press play on states 25 at 1 minute and 5 seconds. Or sorry, at 5 seconds. Detective, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at a black in color Nissan Altima pulling into the parking lot of Energy Metals, Inc.
And do you know who owns that black Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Who does?
Rigoberto Garista.
And does that corroborate the information you were gaining from Rigo?
Yes.
Go ahead and press pause on stage 25 at 47 seconds. So after you obtain this video, what is the next thing that you do as part of the investigation?
The next task that I was tasked with was to complete search warrants for Instagram, which is a social media platform, for the witnesses involved in the case.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright. I am approaching you, Detective, with what's been marked as states 27, 30, and 33. Without telling me what they are, will you take a look at these documents and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
I drafted those search warrants.
Okay. And are they a true and accurate depiction of what they purport to be? Have they been altered in any way?
They have not been altered and they are true.
Your Honor, statement moved to admit states 27 through 33.
No objection.
All right, initially you said those exhibits were numbered 27, 30, and 30.
I'm sure that, Your Honor, and you're correct.
Okay.
27, 30, and 33.
Okay, those will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you stated that those are 3 search warrants, correct, Detective?
Yes.
Can you tell me who some of the search warrants you drafted were for?
I drafted those for Rigoberto Garesta, Nathan Anderson, and Caitlin Luce.
Did you also do one for Christian Atkins?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move to admit states 26, 25, 28.
We already have 25. Were those the energy metal videos? Was there
You
more
are,
than one?
you are sure right, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
We just need to keep the numbers.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay.
So, one minute. So I'm going to move to admit states 26, 29, 32, 28, 31, 34, and I will make that other one number 493.
493?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And these would be 3 Instagram search warrants, Your Honor. Nope, I very apologize. I was looking at the wrong thing. If I may start over on my
Yes,
numbers.
ma'am,
I
of course.
apologize so much, Judge.
You're going to go over the numbers again? How they
Yes,
work? Okay. let's
because
start
I was
again.
holding the energy metal at
Okay,
25.
let's start again.
Yes, ma'am, I do apologize. Going to move to admit 26, 29, and 32, as well as 28, 31, and 34, which are 3 Instagram returns with their corresponding VRAs.
No, no objection.
Hearing no objection, states 26, 29, 32, 28, 31, and 34 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm going to replace states 25 so I don't mess that up again.
Okay.
And may I publish the 3 Instagram returns?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, so I want to start, Detective, with states 28, which is the Instagram return under the screen name Illegal Turtle, which belongs to Rigoberto Garcia. Is that the name that you drafted a search warrant for?
Yes, it was.
And now when you send a search warrant to Instagram, how do they send you back information?
They send the information through a zip file, which is, they send preservations and linked media.
And what they send you back, is it typically a small amount of data or a large amount of data?
It's a very large amount of data.
And is this what you were talking about with that preservation and linked media?
Yes.
And so if you click on any of these items, how big is the document that comes up?
Several pages.
And we say several, are we talking like 5 or 6 or in the thousands?
In the thousands.
Okay. When you go through an Instagram search warrant return, what is the best way that you are able to capture the things that you're looking at?
The best way to capture them are doing snippets, which is basically screenshotting the screen of what you're looking at so you can put them in order and save the conversations.
And is that the second folder we see on the drive?
Yes.
And so, just to be clear, this top folder is just screen grabs of what's in the larger folder.
Yes.
Okay. And whose Instagram return is this? Or like we said, it was the illegal turtle.
Yes. And that's going to be Rigoberto Garesta.
Okay. And so we're going through some of these screenshots, and then just to explain to the jury kind of what we're looking at, what would this mean?
So anytime that you see linked media, it's usually going to refer to a photo or a video.
And what we're seeing in these screenshots is conversations that Rigo is having. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I want to move forward to... hard to see. So what date is this screenshot on?
That was taken February 8th, 2025 at 2:09 and 58 seconds.
Okay. And so how long after the discovery of Miss King was this?
The search warrants were... Can I refer to my notes when
Absolutely.
I drafted those? So on February 14th, I received the records request in reference to Rigo's Instagram.
Okay. And we said it was on February 7th that we located Mrs. King. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so these messages were sent in the days following the location of Mrs. King.
Correct.
Okay. And so through these screenshots that you have pulled, it is Rigoberto talking about giving them a ride. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry. And who was the next person that you did a search warrant on?
Nathan Anderson.
Do you recall what his screen name was?
Flip to my notes. Grimscare.
Is it this kind of name that we see here on States 34?
Yes.
Okay. And so kind of same thing without going through all of it. Would this be the big document of Nathan's?
Yes.
And this would be all the screenshots that you pulled where Nathan is conversing with Aaron and Percy and about this.
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, I know you mentioned a Caitlin Luce, but who was the fourth person that you did an Instagram search warrant on?
The fourth person was Christian Atkins.
And do you recall what his Instagram was?
Chris.Packer12.
And same thing, is this the full return we see on the second folder on States 31, and the screenshots are in States at the top of States 31?
Yes.
Okay. Now, starting here, can you tell me what these two Instagrams are at the top?
So the two Instagrams on the top are going to be the profiles that are having the conversation.
Okay. And do we see, what is the second one?
The second one is Chris.Packer12.
And when does this conversation begin? What is our first date?
The first date is February 5th, 2025 at 16:50 and 51 seconds.
Now, we see this UTC at the back. What is UTC?
That's going to be, again, it's in military time. So if y'all need me to, it's going to be 4:50 and 51 seconds p.m.
So, is UTC military time, or is it kind of a universal time that social media uses?
It's universal that social media uses.
Okay. And so, is that the accurate time, or does UTC typically mean something different?
It's accurate.
So, on February 5th, what does Chris Packer say?
Shit to wear.
And then, can you read me what these next two messages are?
Wyoming or a place to crash for the night. Please, we will pay for all food and gas if you take us. We're carrying guns. They are hidden and safe. Please.
And what's the next message?
It's me and my boyfriend. Please, we're getting away from my abusive grandmother or grandma.
And how does Christian respond?
Wyoming is like a day drive. Place to crash for the night, ? I have a spare room y'all can use, but how long would y'all need to stay, ?
And then we continue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me what the conversation keeps talking about.
My boyfriend will pay $500. Chris.Packer says, where are y'all located? First, I should ask that. I'm in Houston, so I just need to make sure it's all good. South Park Emo says, I'm in Bacliff. Chris.Packer says, okay, that's close. I'll need to clean up some stuff first. So does tonight sound okay? ? And it's just till Friday night, right? ? South Park Emo says, can you come as fast as you can? Shit, we will pay another $100. We will help you clean. South Park Emo says, and yeah, just till Friday. Chris.Packer says, well, I'm at work, so it will have to be until I can get off with 5:30 p.m. If I can get off earlier, I will let you know. BTW means, by the way, I live in Leak City.
And as we go, do they continue to kind of have this conversation?
Yes.
All right. And so go ahead and tell us how this conversation continues.
It continues by, hey, if we are available to stay, can we pull up to your job? If so, is there any way we can hide out stuff quickly? Our person we were going to be with until then dropped on us. Chris.Packer says, yeah, you can put it in my Jeep. South Park Emo, bet, what's the address? Chris.Packer says, it's EMI in Pearland. South Park Emo sends an emoji. That is what the purple alien means. South Park Emo asks, Energy Metal Inc? ? Chris.Packer said, yeah.
And is that Energy Metals Inc. the same Energy Metals that we spoke about earlier with the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then go ahead and tell me how we continue.
South Park Emo says 5 minutes away. South Park Emo says, we have a dog named Salem. She's pretty small. We weren't going to bring her, but we couldn't bring ourselves to leave her. We had to take her with us. South Park Emo says, you won't have to worry about her. She never barks or really makes any sound at all. She can stay in the room we're staying in. South Park Emo says, what color Jeep is it? South Park Emo says, we're here. South Park Emo says, we're outside. Chris Packer says, okay, give me a second. South Park Emo, I got you. Chris Packer, I'm outside. South Park Emo, coming out of black car. Chris Packer, I'm off to the side of the front. You should see a white Jeep.
Okay. And do these messages correspond with the video from Energy Metals that we saw?
They do.
And are the rest of these screenshots continued conversation between Christian and South Park Emo?
They are.
After you completed these Instagram search warrants, what was the next step that you had in the investigation?
As far as my investigation goes, that was completed after the search warrants that were drafted.
Okay. And I want to go back a little bit just so we know how the Sheriff's Office kind of tackles investigations. Are you the only detective that's assigned to the case?
I am not.
Tell us how that works with the Sheriff's Office. Who gets assigned to a case?
So typically the way that we're assigned to a case, we have on-call weeks. Every 8 weeks we are on call for a whole week from Monday at 8 a.m. to the following Monday at 8 a.m. If anything occurs within that week, then you will be assigned primary on that case. If it is a large case, then other detectives will be assigned to assist you with whatever you may need.
And were you the primary detective on this case?
I was not.
Who was?
Detective Angelica Hudson.
And so were you assigned, as you just described, it's a big case, so you were assigned to help?
Yes.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. King.
Ma'am, as part of your investigation, did you look into any of the dynamics involved between Tammy and Tara King?
I did not.
Okay, or any of the dynamics involving my client?
I did not.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Nothing further from this witness,
Thank
Your Honor.
you. Make that down. Thank you, Judge. Please call your next witness.
The state would call Christian Atkins.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Atkins.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Christian Atkins, Christin, ADKINS.
All right, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit slower just so that our court reporter can make sure he gets everything that you say, okay?
Okay.
And Christian, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And if I asked you to give a 2-sentence introduction of yourself, what would you tell us?
I don't really care about things.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
Right now I am a phone salesman.
Okay. And is that kind of your life plan, or what do you plan to do?
No, I do have a job in Virginia. I'm just waiting on a call back.
Okay. And so I know you stated you don't really care about things. Is it fair to say you have kind of a laid-back attitude?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where did you grow up, Christian?
I grew up in Angleton, Texas.
Okay. And where did you go to high school?
I went to a lot of different high schools. Family moved a lot.
Okay. At any point, did you go to Dickinson High School?
Yes.
When was it that you went to Dickinson?
Midway through junior year to senior year.
And while you were at Dickinson, or I guess date-wise, what years would that have been?
2022, midway to 2023.
Okay. And what year did you graduate?
2023.
When you moved to Dickinson, did you meet anybody by the name of either Tara King or Uriah Urick?
Yes.
Which one?
Tara King first, and then Uriah Urick later.
And did you know them as Tara and Uriah, or did they go by any other names?
No. They just kind of told me it was Tara. Didn't really talk that much. They kept it to themselves.
Okay. So you said you met Tara first, correct?
Yes.
When you very first met Tara, what was she like?
She was very quiet. She didn't really talk that much unless you talked to her first. Then she kind of opened up.
Okay. And when you first met her, did she usually hang out with groups of people, or how did she be around others?
When I first met her, it was around the JRTC room, so it was usually groups of people. I didn't usually interact with her first until someone else brought her up or said something about her.
Okay. Was she always friendly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And you said you later met Uriah Urick, correct?
Yes.
And how did you meet Uriah?
I can't really remember, but I know it was in the hallway, walking, and they were together, and I had never seen them before, so I went up and said hi.
And when you say they, who do you mean?
Tara and Uriah.
Okay. And so you said they were together. What was kind of your first interaction or thoughts of Uriah?
Uriah seems like a normal high school teenager, just kind of edgy, but he seemed like a chill dude at the time.
Okay. Did that ever change?
Slowly.
Okay, tell us what you mean.
He seemed to be a bit more on edge, than anything. Slowly, like when I talked to Tara, I wasn't really just talking to Tara. It was more like I was talking to Uriah.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He would answer for her when I would ever talk to her or anything. And, I started to seldom do that because I didn't really want to deal with it. I had my own problems going on.
And did you notice anything different about their interactions with other people?
No. After I kind of stopped just talking with them, I just kind of moved on my way. Kept my head down into the books.
Okay. And so you said it started kind of being he would answer for her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How often after that did you communicate with either Tara or Uriah?
Not often. Maybe like once every 3 or 4 months until, they asked for help on Instagram.
Okay. And did you predominantly talk on Instagram or via text or what?
Instagram.
Okay. And what was your Instagram handle?
Chris.Packer12.
And you said y'all talked every kind of few months, is that fair?
Yeah, maybe I sent a reel or two, but nothing really too strenuous.
Okay. Is it fair to say just kind of social media friends?
Basically.
Okay. After you graduated, had you seen Tara or Uriah until this kind of all came about?
No.
Okay. So I want to bring your attention to February of 2025. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a point that you came into contact with Tara and Uriah?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened?
I was playing on my game, and I saw an Instagram post by her that night, and she was asking for a place to stay.
Okay.
I've known what it's like to be homeless, so I reached out. Hey, is everything okay? I'm paraphrasing, but that's what it basically said. And they told me that they were getting away from their abusive grandmother.
Okay. So, is offering someone a place to stay something unusual for you?
No, not at all.
Okay. And where was it that you lived at that point?
League City. I lived in the 3rd Street Apartments, apartment 106.
And how many bedrooms was your apartment?
2 bedroom.
And when you had people stay with you, kind of what did that look like?
It looked kind of a lot of things. Isabel Reyes, she used to stay with me before them and then after them as well. She would stay in the spare room. I would sleep in the other room. Or we'd sleep in the same room, or someone be on the couch.
Okay. So you kind of just opened up your home to let people stay with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you saw that Tara and Uriah needed a place to stay, you offered?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, once you offered, did they ultimately come stay with you?
I'm sorry, what?
Did they ultimately come stay with you?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that? How did they get to you?
So I was at work, and they were asking if I could pick them up that night. I told them I had to get off work first. I was working at EMI at the time.
Where is EMI?
It's in Pearland.
Okay.
And someone dropped them off, and I went out there and got to them and put them in my truck and told them, I'm going to keep the windows down, but I got to get back to work.
What kind of vehicle did you drive at the time?
2015 Jeep Wrangler.
What color was it?
White.
Okay. Did it have any kind of unique features?
Yes, at the time, the handles and little, I want to say aesthetics were green.
Okay.
They're blue now.
Gotcha. And so you said you let them in your vehicle and then you went back to work.
Yes.
About what time did you get off that day?
Around 6 o'clock, 6:30.
Once you got off, what, or I guess let me back up. When you first made contact with them that day, how did they seem?
They seemed very, chill. They were just like, we're over it. We're just trying to get home or get somewhere we can rest.
And what all did Tara and Uriah have with them?
They had, I think, like 3 or 4 bags. They had a long bag, I assume with the rifles in it. And then their dog, Salem, or Lily James now.
And so you put them in your car. When you got back to them, were they still kind of the same when you got back to them after work, or had they been different at all?
They were a little twitchy, but I guess they were just restless because they've been in the car for about 3 hours, 3-4 hours at that time. So I got it. Nothing really strange to me.
Okay. So a little twitchy, but you thought they were just restless.
Mm-hmm.
So once you got off, where did y'all go?
I think I grabbed them some food from McDonald's, and then we went home or to my place. I helped them unpack, showed them around the place, showed them where the room would be, gave them a couple blankets, and said good night. And then I went into my room.
Okay. Did you talk to either of them anymore that night?
Other than the occasional, like, hey, how y'all doing? Are y'all okay? Y'all feeling good? Just trying to make sure they're comfortable. It wasn't until I was playing my game and my dog, I don't know what he did, but I had to give him a bath, and Uriah helped me with that.
Okay. And in the times that you're communicating with Uriah, what is he saying to you?
He's more concerned about just making sure not a lot of people come around. He was telling me Tara was taking it pretty hard. She was having, pretty anxiety attacks, he would say, every now and then. I said, okay, I'll make sure, that it stays calm. I won't yell in my game because I'm no prone to do that. And they were just, I guess at this point they were starting to get a bit paranoid, but I just thought it was just jitters because of the story they told me about their abusive grandmother.
Okay. And so what had Uriah told you about the grandmother?
That she didn't approve of his and hers relationship, and that she was hating Tara, and that...
sorry, just to clarify, did you say hating or hitting?
Hitting.
Hitting, okay.
Tara, and they just needed to, they didn't want to be there anymore.
Okay. And did he say that anything had happened to the grandma, or that they had just left?
They just left. They didn't tell me anything.
Okay. And a minute ago you stated that they had long bags with the rifles, is what you said.
Yes.
What all did they have with them that you saw?
They had an AR-15 chambered in 9mm. It was like a customized switch. They had a couple pistols. One was like a showman gun. Then they had some long other rifle. I can't remember what it was.
So is it fair to say that they had quite a few guns with them?
Yes,
okay.
Quite a few.
Did you think anything of that?
No, because I own guns, so I wasn't. It's Texas, everybody has a gun.
Okay. So it didn't really strike you as anything at that point?
Not at all.
Okay. You said that as time went on, it felt like they were starting to get more paranoid.
Yes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Thursday is a good example. I went to work. I think it was around 3 o'clock. They were blowing up my phone saying cops were at the door or somebody was at the door looking for me, which I thought was weird because I'm like, I don't owe anybody money or anything. The apartment manager, if they come by, they let me know. So it was kind of weird. And they kept blowing up my phone, and so I told my boss, like, hey, something happened at home. I really gotta get home. And so I got up early. And I go off, and they were telling me cops were like stacking down the line or whatever. I was like, what are you talking about? So I go over there, and it turns out it was absolutely nothing. There was no cops, nobody. And I asked neighbors, hey, did you see anything? Just to check, make sure. They were like, no. So I was pretty upset because, I only get so many hours a week, and I can barely make those hours as it goes. So I was upset because I lost some money and that they called me for no reason.
Okay. What Did you ever learn, did they tell you why they thought the cops were there, or did they make it up, or what did
They
they tell
told me
you?
someone was banging on the door.
Okay. And did you ever get any confirmation that that ever happened?
I asked the next door neighbors. They said, no, we didn't hear anybody. So I was like, all right, they're just being paranoid.
And so Thursday, you said you came home early. What, if anything, did y'all do Thursday night?
Thursday night, they ordered some DoorDash. They had me go grab it for them because they said they didn't want to go out. I told them, fine. I was just cleaning up the house as it is. And then I started playing my game, my boy Demi. And then they did it again, telling me someone was knocking at the door. And I thought it was strange because my dogs usually bark like crazy when someone knocks. And I had 2 pit bulls and a husky, so I would have heard something. So I left to go check again, and there was nobody at the door.
Okay. What were you thinking at this point?
Starting to think that they just needed to chill out. Maybe they needed to get out, walk around, just, cabin fever type stuff, because my thought process at the time is since she's gone through this abusive relationship, she's just scared, she has a lot of anxiety, and that can stack up over time. I used to have a lot of anxiety myself.
So is it fair to say you were giving them the benefit of the doubt?
Absolutely. I believe in the best in everybody until they prove me otherwise.
Did y'all go anywhere Thursday night?
Yes, we went to Walmart.
Okay. Why did y'all go to Walmart?
They said they had to grab a couple things. I had to grab some dog food and some food for myself. I think they grabbed some hair dye there.
Okay. Why do you think that?
They dyed their hair.
And so, did y'all go back to your house Thursday night?
Yes, we went to CVS real quick because I had to grab something else. They didn't have at the Walmart, neighborhood Walmart, and then we went back to my place.
Okay. And you said that they dyed their hair, correct?
Yes, they tried to.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about that. What did you see?
I didn't really see much. They told me, hey, we're just going to dye hair. I was like, okay, cool. I mean, I did my hair. I used to have a mohawk with multiple colors, so I know a bit about that. So I was like, okay, just use my bathroom, clean up your mess. I don't mind.
Okay. And what is the next thing that occurred?
I went to sleep. After a couple more games, I went to sleep with my dogs. Everything seemed kind of to mellow out. I was like, okay, they just needed to get outside real quick. And then I woke up, I go to work, do my whole routine, and...
I'm going to interrupt for a second, just for clarity. So now this is on Friday, correct?
Yes, this is on Friday.
And this would be Friday, February 7th?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I get up, do my whole routine, tell them, hey, I'm going to work, if you feel anything, just let me know. And I walk my dogs up, and I go out the door. It wasn't until like 11 o'clock in the morning that they start blowing up my phone again. And I told them, hey, just chill out. I can't get off work early. My boss, he's kind of upset already that I got off early. So, they need me here. So when I get done, I'll do what y'all need me to do. Then 3 o'clock hits, and they start blowing up my phone again. I tell them, like, hey, man, that's cool and all y'all need to get. I'm going to do it for y'all because, one, y'all paying me. So
You say you're going to do it for y'all. What are you going to do?
They were talking about taking them somewhere else, I think Wyoming or Idaho.
Okay.
And I told them I would, as long as they paid me, because gas is expensive. And at that point in time, I had to tell them, like, hey, I already told you I was going to do it. I need to finish the work because I have to take care of my responsibilities.
Sure. And when they said they were going to pay you, what were they going to pay you?
They were going to pay me in cash again.
Okay.
They offered their guns, but I didn't need them, and I said no.
Okay. So you said cash again. Had they already paid you in cash?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
They paid me about $400. They didn't have the $500. I said that's fine. That's more than enough.
And what was that for?
Just let them stay there.
Okay. So they paid you $400 cash to stay at your place, and then they were going to pay you again to drive them?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they also offered to pay you in guns.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So they offered to pay me in one of their pistols and whatnot. I already had a pistol and a shotgun, so I told them no. I don't need it, and plus, they don't really take anything that's free, especially firearms.
All right. And so this is about 3 o'clock on Friday, and you're telling them, I already said I'm going to take you. I got to handle my stuff first, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At this point, would you say they are still getting more paranoid or about the same?
I think they're extremely paranoid. I think it's certainly starting to ramp up. They sent me a picture of something and then unsent it. I don't know what it was, but it started having me think, like, what's going on?
So, at this point, you said you're kind of, is this when you start to have some red flags?
Yes.
Okay. What time do you get off on Friday?
I got off around 6:30, 7 o'clock. It was a late Friday.
Okay. And what do you do once you get off?
I go to the convenience store, I grab some beer, grab a vape, and then I head back home. And then I get home and they're gone.
Is everything that they had gone, or is there anything still at your place?
But there's quite a bit left. They got some towels and clothes left, trash. They still had their hair in the sink, and dye stuff around the counters. It was a mess.
Okay. And did they leave anything else besides kind of the trash?
Yes, they. I checked some closets and they left a bag with firearms in it.
Okay. Do you recall how many?
2, I think.
Okay. And so there was a bag in a closet.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, do you reach out to them?
Yeah, I asked them, hey, what's going on? Where'd y'all go? They told me, hey, sorry, we had to leave, this and that. And then I'm like, okay. Then I go outside and check if they left anything else. And then I find their dog, Salem. And I reach out again, hey, you left your dog. They told me, oh, don't worry, we couldn't take him. Something about him running away from her or whatever. And that she'd be safe with me. I had 3 dogs. I was like, I can't take her.
So ultimately, what happened to Salem?
The neighbors, the Pattersons or whatever, Paxtons, I can't remember the name. They eventually took her in with her and her Bowser and whatnot. They were very kind, so I knew they'd be safe with her.
Is that why earlier you referred to Salem as also Lily J's?
Yes.
Okay. So Salem was adopted by your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, Christian, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 35 through 61. Will you please look at these documents? Don't tell me what they are, but tell me if you recognize them.
Those are my...
Don't tell me what they are. Do you recognize them?
Oh, yes.
Okay. How do you recognize them?
What do you mean now?
So, do you recognize anything on here, or did you create this screenshot, or...
I made the screenshot.
Okay.
Listen to Bernard.
Okay. And so is that the same for all of these documents?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And a second ago you said to send to Bernard. Who's Bernard?
Detective Bernard?
Okay. So these are all screenshots that you created?
Yes.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your
I
Honor,
don't know how to do that.
Your Honor, statement is to admit states 35 through 61, having previously tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, states 35 through 61 will be admitted.
And may I publish the jury order?
Yes.
All right. Christian, not necessarily what's being said, but what are we looking at here? What is this a picture of?
A conversation between me and I think I was talking to either Tara or Uriah.
Is it fair to say they kind of interchangeably would message you from the same account?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the name at the very top in the green?
That's my girlfriend.
Okay. And what does that green line mean?
That means I'm on a call on Instagram with her.
Okay, so while you're taking these screenshots, you were on a call with your girlfriend.
Yes, I was letting her know everything was happening.
Okay, and so that green line isn't a part of the conversation?
Not at all.
Okay. What is the next name that we see?
Eron, South Park, email.
And you said this is the account you would get messages from Tara and Uriah from?
Yes.
Okay. So what side of this conversation would be coming from your phone?
The purplish blue ones.
Okay, and what side of the conversation would be coming from Tara and Uriah?
The black and white.
And so, is it fair to say y'all had kind of a long conversation over the course of a few days?
Yes, absolutely.
And is that what's depicted in states 35 through 36? That I just showed you, all these pictures?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I want to move forward to Thursday. So on Thursday, are you able to tell us what time it is you'll start messaging
says 1:27 p.m.
Okay, and where were you at 1:27 p.m. on Thursday?
at work.
Okay. And so go ahead and tell me what's the first message you get from them.
They were just asking what the address is for my place to get something delivered to them.
Okay. And then what's that next question?
They were asking if I got a vape from the corner store.
Is that what Nick means?
Yes.
Okay. Is that short for?
Nicotine.
Okay. And so that to you was you getting them a vape?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, what did you tell them at this point?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You're fine. What did you tell them at this point? What's your last message?
Oh, I told them, like, you didn't give me money, you know, so I didn't grab it. I grabbed one for me, but not for you.
Okay. And I see that that conversation continues in states 41. Can you go ahead and kind of read that conversation for me?
We have money on Cash App. I can send you 25, however much it is. Where are you? I asked if they were Zelle because I didn't have Cash App at the time. Where are you at work? And I put some exclamations that would be like, I already told you this. What would happen if what would we do if the cops came? And then they asked my name, Chris, because I had to respond to them because I was at work.
Okay.
I told them I don't know. I'd probably just tell them that I don't consent to enter my house because it's mine, not theirs. Again, I didn't know they were on a, run at this point. So, basic civil laws, to my knowledge.
So ultimately, it sounds like you're saying you don't give anyone consent to come to your house.
Yes.
Okay. And we see that conversation continues on states 42. Will you keep reading for me?
Think you should come home, please. I say, why? What's wrong? Are the cops there? Like, what's going on? We don't know, but loud knocking. Like, a lot of knocking, I'm confused. Do y'all know if it's the police or not? Because it's not that I'm not coming home unless it's the police, because there's no reason. Then they said, we don't know. We're scared to find out. Percy said, it probably is. I told him, listen, I have work. I'll just sit tight until then. And y'all sure it's coming from my house? Y'all sure it's not the neighbors next door?
And go ahead and keep going for us in states 43.
They began to proceed, yes, we are sure. Again, okay, just wait until I get home, work, and it's still continuing to knock. Yes, it's still continuing. Can y'all check if it's the police or not? Look through the people, please. Percy did, it's cops. Why? Okay, I'm coming home. I don't know, maybe someone heard us talking about guns or messing with them. Okay, I'm coming home.
And then go ahead and states 44.
They called me real quick. I just stood here. I didn't hear anything. And then I just told them, keep me posted. I'm on my way. And then at the second one, they said more knocking. I just said, okay.
And in states 45, what's that at the top?
More knocking, okay. Hey, listen.
Sorry, I'm going to represent it. Right before that, what's the audio call?
It's still the same. That's when they called me real quick. I was asking them if I could hear anything because I didn't really want to leave work for nothing. I couldn't hear anything, but also they were in the spare room I gave them, so I was like, okay.
And what time on Thursday was that?
2:59 p.m. Or 2:58 to 2:59.
Okay. And then go ahead and continue.
More knocking, okay. Please try to hurry as quick as you can. I said, hey, listen, I know your boyfriend has his like things and stuff for owning all the guns and whatnot. They told me they had permits and whatnot for it.
No, pause real quick. Two things. One, we're talking a little fast again, if we can slow it down. And two, so what did Uriah tell you about the guns?
He told me he had permits for them and license to carry and whatnot. I said, okay, cool. This is what that explained here.
Okay, so he told you he had permits and a license to carry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go ahead and continue.
He said, hey, listen, I know your boyfriend has his things and stuff, like owning for all the guns. If they try to search the place and all the guns are his, okay, and I'm driving as quickly as I lawfully can, because I was not going to speed. I already have plenty of speeding tickets.
And then what did it say next?
They just said, thank you, footsteps at the door, the front door, I'm panicking, where are you?
And then 46, is this about the time that you get home?
Yes. I told them I'll be home in 10 minutes. Where are you now? I'm home. thank God we're going outside. What's going outside? They're here still. Are you inside? Can we set up the
I'm
PS4?
gonna pause you real quick. It looks like that's later. So after you get home, where are Uriah and Tara?
They're in the room.
In the spare room?
Yes.
Okay. And how do they seem when you get home?
They seem very, I want to say distraught, but it's not really the right word for it, but they seem very panicked.
And then Thursday night, what we see in the bottom of 46, 47, and 48, is that kind of just continuing as usual in that DoorDash pickup that we talked about? So
Yes.
You're getting 49.
Yes.
Okay. And you said everything was kind of normal again until Friday, correct?
Yes.
And so when you took these screenshots, what day was it that you took these screenshots?
That Saturday,
Okay.
I called it.
So Saturday, what would yesterday been?
Friday.
Okay. So these screenshots where it says yesterday, that would be Friday, February 7th.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to start at the bottom because you said they contacted you sometime after lunch on Friday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and tell me, starting at that yesterday, that second portion, what time was that?
8:29 a.m.
Okay. And so that's in the morning.
Yes.
And then what's the next thing that occurs?
Are you at work already? I leave for work at 6:30, so yes. Oh, okay.
And will you make sure you're talking to the microphone?
Oh, okay.
And then what's that next timestamp?
1:56 p.m.
Okay.
Percy says, hurry if you can. I said, if I can, I will.
Okay.
Then it's,
We continue in 6:54.
okay, is there any way you can get here quicker? I will ask my boss, but they need me right now. I will try. Okay, I'm gonna leave right now. So I'm pretty important. I will try, but I'm also using up a lot of PTO for the drive. I will try, okay. I know you are going through it right now, but I'm doing my best.
And we talk about the drive. What drive are you talking about?
The drive that I take them to either to Idaho or Wyoming.
Okay. And go ahead, what's the next thing that they take you?
I just told them, they asked me to check my cameras. They had cameras in the living room.
State 55.
They said, check fast, please. We heard the door rattling. And then they said, okay, we're okay. And then they kept replying to themselves, what did you see? Police sirens. It's okay, no one's there. And the dogs are rattling the door. Because my dogs do go up the door and try to knock the lock off to try to get into the living room.
Okay. And so, is this what you're talking about on Friday when you said they were starting to get paranoid again?
Yes.
And does it continue to escalate from here?
Yes. Then this is what they say. Come home, please, please. I can't. It's still way too busy for me to leave. I'm sorry. It's okay. Hurry as fast as you possibly can. We're back in. There's a fuck ton of cops at my actual house. This is where I'm starting to get a lot of red flags right now.
Okay.
Chris, begging, please. They send out pictures of missing person stuff. Chris, now please come home. Please, we'll do anything. We'll give you $1,000. And so,
Go ahead, what were you saying?
at this point, I'm just kind of like, I started to get annoyed at the point. I said, okay, I promise I'll get you over there.
Okay.
They said, thank you. Are you able to go at 4:30? Please said this. No, but sure for 5.
Okay. Go ahead, keep going.
Russ, as fast as you can when you get off, let us know as soon as you're on the way. Yo, Chris. Yes, Chris, where are you? Holy shit, bro. I'm still at work. It's busy, okay? I'm leaving now, though. Like, I get it, y'all. Stearns are... I was just angry typing.
Okay.
So that's kind of gibberish right there, but stop begging. And stop being so fucking paranoid. Excuse my language.
And so, is this when you're saying you're kind of got angry about it?
I was over it.
Okay. And then we see states 58 later that day. What kind of happening here?
I told him, at this point in time, I told him, I'm more than welcome to stay for another 300. I don't mind, but I'm tired to drive right now. I had got off way later than I thought I was, and I was extremely exhausted. And then when I came home, and then this is where we're already pretty far out. I'm sorry, please find a good place for Salem. I hate we had to leave her, but I couldn't just chase after her to make sure she's safe if you have her. I told him, sure.
Okay. And at this point, had you seen anything this is Friday night, have you seen anything on social media at this point?
No, I kind of got back on my game. Me and Davey played a couple matches. I drank and then went to sleep.
Okay. And so we see, what time is the next messages between you and Tara and Uriah?
This was me trying to get them to respond after in the previous morning I called Detective Bernard or the police and they came over.
So, and that was on Saturday, you said?
Yes, Saturday.
So what made you contact the police?
I was checking the weather and I had the news article popped up on Google. In the local news and whatnot, and I saw their faces.
Anything on the news said, okay, but you saw their faces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so you contacted the police.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened after you contacted the police?
They told me to wait like 15, 20 minutes. They're just sending people
Stop
out.
real quick. Make sure not to tell me what anybody else says, okay? Like any officers or anyone else.
Okay.
Tell me what Uriah says, but not what anyone else says.
Okay.
Okay. So you made contact with the police. What were they going to do?
What do you mean?
Were they going to come to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And did the police come to your house?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you said you were trying to make contact with Tara and Uriah that morning, correct?
Yes.
And did you make contact with them that morning?
No.
Okay. And we see kind of at the bottom that it looks like you start sending them some pictures. Is that correct? And go back. Right here at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. And are those the pictures we see in States 59?
Yes.
Okay, and where is that?
That is on my bed.
And where did you locate that?
What do you mean, like where I found it?
Yes.
I found it in their room.
Is that in that same closet you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what we're also looking at in State 60?
Yes.
And the same as State 61?
Yes.
Okay, so all of these firearms were in the closet in their room?
Yes.
You said that the police came to your house. What did the police do at your house?
They searched the place. I gave consent, and they took everything they could take for evidence and whatnot.
Okay. And you stated you also gave those screenshots to Detective Bernard, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So you stated you gave consent, correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you with me marked as State 62 and 63. Without telling us what it is, do you recognize these two documents?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize them?
They're documents I signed when he searched the house.
Okay, so do you observe your signature on these documents?
Yes, I did.
And have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, statements to admit State 62 and 63 and bring to opposing counsel.
No objection.
62 and 63 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
All right, Christian, what we see here in State 62, what is this?
I guess a document stating that I gave consent to search my house.
Is this on your house or your phone?
I think this is, it says electronic device, cell phone. This is my electronic device.
Okay, and then can you read us what we say on this line right here? In the writing.
Taking photos of messages, photos of, can't really read the second part, not leaving custody of phone.
Okay, and is that why we have screenshots from the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And then in State 63, is this the consent to the house you were talking about?
Yes. At first it was just my house, but then later it was my car as well.
Okay. And so you were fine with them coming in to take whatever they needed for their investigation?
Absolutely.
And so once you contacted the police, did you cooperate with them fully and tell them everything that you've told us here today?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided them with all the documentation that you've also given us here today?
Yes.
Okay. After you made contact with the police and they searched your home, did you have any further contact with Tara or Uriah?
No. At one point I tried to, but to no avail.
Okay, so you'd reach out to them again, but still no answers.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I'll pass this witness.
I'm ready to, thank you. Sir, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, who's sitting here to my right. Did you have any knowledge of the relationship between Tara and her grandmother, who is Tammy King?
Other than what they told me, no.
Okay, but what they indicated to you was that it was an abusive relationship, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have any reason to not believe that?
No.
Okay. Now, how well did you indicated that you used to have a better relationship with Tara than you did sort of towards the end, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk about things like that involving your families or anything when you had a better relationship with her?
No.
Okay. So that just never came up then?
No, not at all.
Okay. Were the guns all taken into custody by the sheriff's department as well? I assume that they were.
I wouldn't really know. They didn't really tell me anything about that.
But they didn't leave them at your apartment, did they?
Yes.
They did leave the guns that they left at your apartment?
You talking about the detectives?
Yes.
Oh, no, they took those.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Oh, okay.
Do you have any idea who got them?
What do you mean?
Who picked up Uriah and Tara?
No.
Okay. You had no idea where they were going?
Nope.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Nothing from the post witness.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Oh, next witness?
The state called Terry Utton, Your Honor.
Yes, go to the bathroom break. All right, so then you
All last soldiers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Court stands in recess for a short break.
he's the one who's staying in contact with everybody that she did.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the only change to it, I mean, if you need a copy, I'll send it over to you.
Okay.
It's just a regular media order, and I believe the only change I made was allowing cameras in the courtroom.
I see.
That's all.
So do I need to hold on?
You can have it. I don't need it. If
All
you
right,
need
just
something,
appreciate
let me know.
Thank you.
And you're not recording now, are you?
No.
Okay.
Just have the top of your head with the seal, no audio.
Oh, is that you? Okay.
I prefer them as Thomas Ortiz.
Always have that image of you.
If you look at the ones that there's still some pictures back there.
That's probably what it is. We'll check it out something else.
And
You
when
know,
I
he
first-
used to donate his hair. That's why he.
Yeah,
did that.
that's-
Yeah.
Then we got
All
two-
out to the jury.
got two friends that are doing their stuff.
All right, please be seated. So we're going back on the record. We have a witness on the stand, sir. Please stand for him and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give this matter in trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, then take a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Goes up and down, lights come down, lights on, mics on, you got any kind of questions?
Good morning, Mr. Utton.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Terry Utton. Last name is spelled U-T-T-O-N. It's just like Button, but there's no B.
Okay.
Makes it easy to remember.
And how do you spell Terry?
T-R-R-Y.
Okay. And I'm going to have you move that microphone a little closer to you, just so that we make sure everyone can hear you. It's movable. You can pull it to you.
Nervous.
All right. Mr. Utton, what do you do for a living?
Right now, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I worked in mainly the oil refineries, and I was also a firefighter.
Okay. How long were you a firefighter?
At least 10 years.
Where were you a firefighter?
Over in Galveston County in San Leon.
And did you grow up in the county, or where are you from?
No, ma'am. I've lived all over the United States. Being an oil refinery worker, I used to move with the jobs and everything, but I had bought property over in San Leon, and I built a house, and
was it that you built that house in San Leon?
In 2003.
2003. And at any point in your life, did you meet somebody named Tammy King?
Yes, ma'am, I certainly did.
When did you meet Miss King?
Very close to back in 1980.
So over 40 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you meet Tammy?
I was married to Tammy's husband's sister.
Okay. And so let's use names just so we kind of track everybody. What was your wife's name?
My wife's name was Sandra Faye.
Okay. And did Sandra have a brother?
Yes, ma'am.
What was Sandra's brother's name?
Was J.C. King. We called him Butch.
Okay. And who was Butch married to?
Butch was married to Tammy.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you and Tammy met when y'all were both married to y'all's first spouses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you first met Tammy, tell me what she was like.
Loving, fun, caring, helped everybody, you know, this is sweet as could be, you know, she was just a great person.
And who was Tammy's immediate family?
You're talking like for her sisters and brothers, or?
I can ask it a little better. Did Tammy and Butch have any kids?
Yes, ma'am. They had Christopher.
Okay. And was Christopher their only child?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Christopher have any kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did any of those kids ever live with Tammy?
Yes, ma'am.
Which children or child was that?
Would have been Tara.
Okay. And so does that mean Tara was Tammy's granddaughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how long Tara lived with Tammy?
Not exactly in years, but she was very small.
Is it fair to say most of Tara's life?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know Tara for her whole life?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And tell me about Tara what was Tara's personality like before we got to the incidents of this year?
She was sweet too, you know, she would always, you know, run up and hug you and talk to you, and she was like an everyday child, you know, everyday teenager, and she was growing up.
And how was Tammy and Tara's relationship before we got to the events of this year?
Well, it was very good. I mean, you know, they had their little spouts, you know, but all mom and, well, I say moms, you know, but all family does, you know, especially whenever the youngin' doesn't want to, you know, and adult figure says, no, you have to, and then say no. So it was great.
Is it fair to say that Tammy took on kind of a parent role in Tara's life?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Tara live with Tammy full time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, or I guess, what eventually happened with you and your wife, Sandy?
After almost 45 years, she took and passed away. So our plans kind of changed.
What year was it that Sandy passed away?
March 11, 2021.
Yes, sir. And once Sandy passed away, did you still stay close with Tammy and Butch?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did anything happen to Butch?
Yes, Butch got sick and he passed away too.
When did Butch pass away?
It would have been a year and a half. I'm not exactly sure.
From now?
Yes.
So about summerish of 24, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And after both Sandy and Butch have passed away, do you and Tammy remain close?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And does the relationship between you and Tammy ever change?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What happened with you and Tammy's relationship?
We ended up getting a whole lot closer. From friends, we became to where we was involved, with each other. We both loved each other.
So is it fair to say that y'all's relationship kind of went from friends and then became romantic?
Yes.
Okay. And so when was it that you and Tammy started becoming involved in a romantic relationship?
First part of this year, a little bit, maybe. I mean, nothing, yeah.
Okay.
Around the first part of this year.
Okay, so y'all had only been together for a couple months before Tammy passed?
Probably close to 5-6 months, probably.
Okay, so end part of 24, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And during your relationship with Tammy, was she still kind of the same sweet lady you described to us earlier, or what was Tammy's personality like those last 6 months before she passed?
Oh, she was still sweet, unloving, irritating, caring.
And what was Tara like during this time?
Oh, she was still sweet like she was, And later on, being a teenager, there would be a little bit of arguments going on, but they always did that, But it did get a little bit worse sometimes.
When you say it got a little bit worse, what do you mean?
Well, they started missing school a lot more, and Tammy was arguing, would be telling her, you can't do that, And then she would say, well,
Make sure you don't tell me what Tara or Tammy said, okay? So it sounds like they were arguing about going to school?
Yes, that was one of the things, yes.
Okay. Was there another thing that they argued about?
I just went blank.
I can ask the question a different way. Was there a time that somebody new came into Tara's life?
Yes, okay.
Who would that person have been?
That would have been Uriah. I know him as Percy is what I know him by.
Okay, so you know that his real name is Uriah, but you called him Percy.
Right.
Do you see who you know as Percy in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you please tell me where he is seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
He's sitting over there next to the gentleman there, and he has like on a light blue color shirt. Got a nice haircut, too.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And when was it that you first met Percy?
It would have been about the same time that me and Tammy, started seeing each other.
So about 5 to 6 months before Tammy passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your first thoughts about Percy?
I thought he was a good kid. I liked him, I don't know what all I can say. I know that, he was having a rough time, too.
Okay. Was he always polite to you?
Yes, I'd say so.
Okay. Did you and Percy ever have issues?
No, just at one time, the voice got a little bit loud, and I said, no, it's not going to happen, around here, so.
And when you say that voice got a little bit loud, do you mean Percy's voice got a little bit loud?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who was he talking to when his voice got loud?
He was talking with Tammy, but I think him and Tara had been arguing. I'm not sure on that.
Okay. And you told him, we're not going to do that.
Right.
As you and Tammy's relationship went on, did you notice any changes in Tara's behavior or Percy's behavior?
No, I didn't. Not to be honest. I did not notice nothing. I didn't have the idea that anything was going to happen or come.
Everything just kind of seemed how it was?
Yeah, everything seemed how it was.
And I want to talk a little bit about Tammy and Tara's relationship during these last 6 months. Did Tammy raise her voice to Tara? In front of you, that you saw?
No, not really. Just, like if she really was trying to get something done, she would, say it louder and stuff. I never heard her screaming or nothing like that.
Okay. At any point, did you ever witness Tammy become physical with Tara?
No.
And so, did you ever see Tammy grab Tara or hit Tara or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And does that go for the entire time that you've known Tammy and Tara?
Yeah, I've never seen her grab her or nothing.
Okay. And have you ever seen Tammy get aggressive with anybody?
No, ma'am, not really, no.
And then I kind of want to go a little bit about how things that happened between you and Tammy's relationship. Did you and Tammy ever partake in any sort of drugs?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
What drugs was that?
Marijuana.
Okay. So sometimes did you smoke marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did y'all ever indulge in any other types of drugs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the only illegal drug that y'all would engage in would be marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I don't mean to be personal, but with you and Tammy's romantic relationship, was there ever a time that y'all included other people in y'all's romantic relationship?
No, ma'am.
So if any assertions were made that y'all involved other people in y'all's romantic relationships, would that be true or false?
That would be false.
Okay.
That's something that was personal between me and her,
Okay. So, leading up to Tammy's passing, kind of that week before, how was everybody in the house? How was Tammy acting?
It was kind of a little tense because, like I said, she started missing a lot of school.
She being?
Tara.
Okay.
Was missing a lot of school, and Tammy had, kept on her, you can't do this, you go.
Make sure you don't tell me what Tammy says, okay?
Okay.
So it got a little tense because Tara started missing more school.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how often was Percy around, or what was Percy doing during this time?
Oh, Percy, he was always right there, and then he had a time where he had to go home.
Okay.
He had like a curfew where he would have to leave the house.
What time? Do you recall what time that was?
10 o'clock.
And was that when Percy's family wanted him home, or Tammy said he had to leave?
No, that's when Tammy said.
Okay. And did Percy always go home?
As far as I know, yes. Sometimes I'd take it to her, they're young kids, give them another hour, and she's okay,
Did there ever come a time that you suspected he wasn't going home?
There was times I could hear things that in the other room and stuff, but I never, I never got up and went and looked to see what was going on, so.
Why didn't you ever get up to go look?
Well, mainly because, we kind of had an understanding if I was there, like, after everybody had gone to bed, I didn't want to walk out and catch Tara going to the restroom or anything like that. I'd open up the door and before I'd even come out, I'd holler, hey, I'm fixing to come out, I'm going home, and so it would just be like a bump on the wall or something, just, if it would have been screams or something, it would have been totally different. I'd have been breaking down the door,
Yes, sir. So you heard some noises, but you never checked, it sounds like, to give Tara some privacy?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last day that you were over at Tammy's home?
Probably the night, I want to say the night before. I was sitting on the front porch and we had received, they had received Taco Bell. Tara came out and picked it up while me and Tammy was sitting on the porch. And Uriah was inside and Tara took the food back in and they were eating in there.
And does Tuesday the 4th sound about right?
Yes.
And how was Tammy that night?
Cutting up, laughing, having a good time.
And how were Tara and Uriah that night? Did they seem normal?
I just mainly seen Tara. Like I said, Uriah was inside, so I didn't see him that night before I left.
Okay, but you knew he was there?
Yes.
It's probably a good place to stop. Let's be back here at 1 o'clock for lunch. If an hour is not enough time, let Deputy Flynn know, and we can give you some additional time, but otherwise we'll see you back at 1.
All rise for the church.
Court stands in recess until 1 p.m. Yes, sir, you can step down.
Okay. So you can have to go grab some lunch or something, or just I need you back here by the back, okay? Yes. And if you don't want to go anywhere,
ran out of outlets.
Well, you shouldn't have run out. We have a power supply.
Yeah, the power strip.
But yeah, if you unplug the other two things that you have plugged in, I don't know, those wall
Yeah.
boards are kind of big, huh?
Yeah, they are. They go long way, so it covers the other.
There's another one. There's another power supply, black one, in the black Pelican case.
Let me go check. Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's correct. Right now, that's been our issue of the day is that they haven't really been able to feed us, but now I think we're getting set up here and you just get plugged in and I'll plug in on my end and hopefully you'll see something. But you see the line view though, right? Like it's on and we get a signal.
Okay. Yeah. Turn this on. Now it's on.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Okay, power. And then
Yeah.
SDI. Long SDI.
Alright. Actually, I think we're almost ready to get it plugged in.
Okay,
So all you gotta
60
do
seconds.
is make sure your main signal is going into the input of the DA, and then you've got to come out of that to the live view, and then everybody else can have their signals. Okay?
Yep. And
Also, at any point on the live view, it says under remote control. It's okay. You can hit OK and get out of that. It won't affect anything.
okay. Yeah. So the other three SDI spigots, those are outs.
They should be all outs.
Okay.
Yeah. And but right now you should go in and make sure yours is going back out and making sure everything's good to go.
Yeah, and for the internet, doesn't matter Ethernet 1 or 2?
You don't need to plug into it at all.
Oh, not at all?
They're all sitting on motors.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, my live view and the white city local should get backed up.
Copy. Okay, I'll plug in this guy and then I'll call you back to see if there's any trouble.
Yeah, for sure. We just asked that before you unplug ever, to give them about a 1 minute warning.
Oh, okay.
Trying to go to black or about to shut down, things like that. Okay.
Okay, yes, I'll do that. Okay, bye. Let me get another SDI.
Oh, sorry, Will.
Where are you gonna get lunch?
I'll probably just go down the block.
Macio's. I'll take it down Park on 27. Best enchilada and all of them. Guys.
Okay.
If you don't have an extra, I've got it's not a super long link, but I got some if you need it.
Yeah, I'm covered on this, yes.
Good. Figured.
Time to fill it. Alright, and we're just plugging in the last SDI and you should see pictures soon.
Getting anything?
Yeah, I don't see anything yet.
Was dim because the light's not on for the plug. Yeah, it's not turning on. Let me switch over to spaghetti. Do the last one. Yeah, there's power. There's no SDI lock going in. Alright, let me try another SDI. Might be a bad SDI too. Can you see power here?
Normally I see a light on mine. Oh, well.
Still working on it, Tom.
Yeah, it sounded like it was something that you were still chasing.
Yeah, trying to dig an SDI cable real quick.
There is none coming in. Okay, let me try this. I'm gonna plug you straight into my light view.
Okay. I'm now plugged straight into his live view, but I still don't see anything.
Yeah, so what do you plug into what? Because there's no reason to plug two liveys into each other.
Right. We had a distributor that we were using that we're trying to bypass just to get to the root of the problem.
Right. So I'm sorry, what did he plug into where?
He plugged my SDI cable from my live view in straight into his live view.
Okay, but the live is just the transmitter. There would be anything coming from his. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are not.
As far as live as an SDI out is still in prototype.
Got it.
So that won't give you any video.
Okay. Okay.
Alright. Just give us a second.
Yep. Yeah, if he plugged, like if he had a source that was working on his live view and he plugged that source into ours, then that would be a way to test. But that's just, obviously the
So the camera would go into the DA.
and then into the live views.
Yeah, except like
HDMI only camera.
yeah, his camera only has HDMI out.
Okay.
The camera only has HDMI out.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm in the pool camera. I'm not seeing video anymore.
Ramon, did your camera reset?
No, my levy's working. I have feed. You're still connected too, so.
Yes, we are in the courtroom right now. I'm not seeing an image. Did you change anything from when we had the image?
No, I just replaced my cable, the green one.
Yeah.
But I didn't touch your, because the blue one I didn't touch it. Swap. You want to use your red cable?
You can try. Yes, we're going to try a new cable real quick. Just make sure. Okay, I see picture now.
We got your bars. All right, now I see the state of Texas seal. Is that what it should be seeing?
That's what you should be seeing.
I'm going to drop your signal just for a quick second, so bear with me. I have to give you a bit of a delay. Alright, so you should be coming back online. You're on a 10-second delay. Just bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, let's keep talking and whether that take advantage of that 10-second delay.
Okay, I think we got your pack. Make sure you, in the microphone, everything is just, I should be just hearing room tone stuff, right?
Yeah, we've got 2 boom mics just capturing the room.
Just hear people kind of, oh, I hear myself. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, we never stopped rolling on you, so we're rolling on this pack now, so I guess we're not on the dynamic share any longer. We're on your...
I think you want to stay on the dynamic share. It sounds like I'm going to be actually running out here in a few minutes to go shoot some B-roll.
So we're not using this pack then?
This is just a signal test. I think we're going to use it tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I thought we were switching to your pack permanently for this thing. All right, hold on. All right, so they're just doing a test, so I have to go back to that dynamic share. Hey, hold on a quick second.
Oh,
Can I turn you on a quick hold?
Yeah.
What's up, Bouncer? Original Series Johnson returns. On that day,
Oh.
Can we cheers it up?
Turning on and plugging it in.
Our new reality. And I'm going to say disrespectful things about my wife. Only you can disrespect your wife. Pushing you around. That's the reason about life. Every day, get another chance. That's easy.
Okay.
On Bound. Find out how to watch on BoundTV.com.
Not everyone's designed to do so.
I'm just curious.
Some of us are really old.
That's fine. That's fine.
All you need to do is rescan your television using a digital antenna. Then sit back and enjoy the most up-to-date lineup of 24-hour news and entertainment channels. No subscription required. It's as easy as that. I'm clarifying that. To learn how to rescan your TV, visit the freetvproject.org.
Just for a second.
You want to transfer now?
Just for that. For this one.
Won't take long?
Especially
Okay.
felon Sam. We need to secure this area immediately. Nothing the FBI does better than a manhunt. Move in now. Get up, Wilson. Back up right away. Go, go, go. Don't get on your knees. Don't move. Let's play our own shot.
Thank you, sir. Down the hall to the right of the elevators. Hey, yeah, that door is locked. Stay on it. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Hey, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, thanks so much for holding. A little bit of miscommunication. We've unlatched your pack, so you're free to go get your B-roll. We're just going to get back to that chair.
Okay.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Sure.
So you are still under oath. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Etten, where we left off before lunch was that Tuesday where you said that Tara and Uriah had ordered some Taco Bell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And about how long were you and Tammy sitting on the front porch that night?
Oh, at least a good hour and a half.
1 second, just making sure that clips off.
Okay.
Needed a computer charger. All right. And after you left, or when you left, where was everybody, to your knowledge?
Tara and Uriah was inside still, and Tammy was on the front porch fixing to head in.
Okay. And where did you go?
I went back to my house then, because I had run to the store and picked up some groceries, but nothing was needed to be in the refrigerator, so I had time to sit out there and talk for a while.
And once you got home, did you and Tammy talk at all that night?
Just for a little bit, we text back and forth.
And on a typical day, how much contact did you and Tammy normally have?
We text quite a bit.
And is that every day kind of?
Yes, ma'am.
So, when you were texting with Tammy Tuesday night, how did everything seem?
Everything was okay. She took and told me that, had texted me that Tara still had clothes in the washing machine and hadn't gotten ready for school, so.
So was it more, kind of just more normal conversation?
Yes, ma'am, just a normal conversation.
And in the mornings, how do you and Tammy normally start a conversation? Who texts first, or how does that go?
Whichever one of us woke up first in the morning, we'd always text and say, good morning, how you doing? So.
And did you text with Tammy Wednesday morning?
I'm not sure exactly. Wednesday morning, that would be, yeah, I'm pretty sure we did.
Okay. And at that point, Wednesday morning, did you have any idea if anything was wrong at that point?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You are ready to approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Eckman, I'm showing you what's been marked. As states 493. Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of what it's depicting?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, state's going to move to admit states 493, having either proposing.
I already have a 493 attached with the search warrants.
No, remember we went back and fixed all of those numbers. That was when I had my numbers.
So there's no 493.
No, ma'am, not yet.
Okay, very good then. Any objection to 493? Okay, 493 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may I call it?
Yes.
Mr. Utton,
Yes, ma'am.
who is that?
That's Tammy.
And is that what Tammy looked like at the time of her passing?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you keep all the messages between you and Tammy?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you turn those over to the police?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, may I first witness again?
Yes.
Mr. Utton, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 64 through 72. Without telling me what they are, do you recognize what's contained in these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
That's me and her texting back and forth.
So these came, or is this what you gave to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state's going to move to admit State 64 through 72, having tendered to opposing counsel.
Okay.
64 to 72 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
All right. I'm actually going to start and go backwards, Mr. Edmond. So I'm going to start with State 65, just so you can tell me what date and time that says there at the bottom.
Tuesday at 9:33 p.m.
Okay. And so the messages before that, would that have also been on Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to go backwards and go to our first set. So were these also Tuesday evening?
Yes, ma'am. That's the night that I'm out.
Okay. And we see here in these messages that y'all are both using kind of some emojis and stuff, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that normal for how y'all talked?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is Tuesday in State 64 and 65. And can you tell the truth, what are y'all talking about?
We were talking about the Taco Bell that had been delivered.
And we see it continues in State 66 and 67. Can you tell us what that timestamp is on this last message?
Tuesday at 11:16 p.m.
And is this Tammy just telling you good night?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell me what that time and date stamp is on this, the middle of this message?
Wednesday at 9:26 in the morning.
Okay. And is that the normal time that Tammy wakes up, or earlier or later?
No, she would wake up earlier sometimes. Sometimes she'd sleep a little bit later. Just depending on how late that me and her had stayed up texting.
Okay. So she didn't have a set wake up time, is that fair?
No, ma'am. Pretty well. No, not really.
Okay. And so at 9:26 this morning, what are y'all talking about?
I believe that's whenever they were arguing about maybe going to school, and I said something about coming over and spanking both of them.
Okay. And what's kind of the last message that you get from Tammy that morning?
That everything was okay.
Can you read that last message for me?
The last one?
Yes, sir. The last one's from Tammy.
It says I'm laying in bed, Tara won't get her clothes finished.
So at about 9:30 Wednesday morning, you know that Tammy's laying in bed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was there anything unusual about you and Tammy's communications on that Wednesday?
No, ma'am. Just that, she was talking about getting her clothes done and everything. Everything was pretty well normal that I knew.
Okay. Did y'all talk as much as y'all normally do on Wednesday? I show you State 70. Does that refresh your memory?
Oh, yes, ma'am, because she hadn't texted back. She
Was
was
that
talking about sleeping late, yes.
so? Is that unusual for Tammy to not text you back?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, can you read us that timestamp at the top of this State 70?
That was Wednesday at 6:16 p.m.
Okay. And compared to those earlier filled with emojis or loving commentary as they were earlier?
No, ma'am. I mean, they're pretty well normal, but, I mean, it wasn't, I would say, yeah, it's pretty well normal, but we just didn't put in emojis and stuff, because I guess she was a little upset.
Okay. And so that's how you took it, was she was just upset?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is state 71. Y'all are kind of continuing to talk that Wednesday night, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So night I was going home and it was really foggy.
Yes, sir. And then in states 72, which is a continuation of that last picture, does Tammy ever answer you again?
No, ma'am.
And what is that timestamp in the middle before well good night?
Thursday at 8:58.
The one right up
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Wednesday at 10:38 p.m.
Was it normal for Tammy to just never reply like this?
No, ma'am.
Was it normal for her to not tell you good night?
No, ma'am.
And then we don't see any messages until you said 8:58 p.m. on Thursday. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you hear from Tammy at all on Thursday?
No, ma'am.
So we noticed that the messages are a different color at the bottom of state 72 than they are at the top. Why is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
The only thing I can figure out is it was not delivered or her phone was off or something. I don't know why they're different.
Okay. So they're not going through correctly?
I don't believe so, ma'am.
And can you read those last two messages you sent Tammy for me?
I asked her, did I do something wrong? I said, for some reason it's not going through. So I switched to this. And then I was teasing. I said, did you block me? That might be the reason why they changed. I don't know. On the color.
And did you ever get an answer from Tammy to those messages?
No, ma'am.
So these messages got us up to about 9 o'clock on Thursday night, which would have been February 6th, 2025. What is going through your head at that point?
I did not, that something was wrong.
And when you started being concerned that something was wrong, what did you do?
I went over to the house and the vehicle was still there in the driveway. I went around, I knocked on the door first, and still no answer. Tammy didn't answer the door and Tara did not answer the door. Then I started getting really worried and I went around and I knocked on the windows, I knocked on her bedroom door, it's a sliding glass door. I knocked on it. Well, really, I didn't knock on it. I kind of beat it on it. And I went and did the same thing in Tara's room. And then there was no answer. And I went back out. I walked across the street. I knocked on the neighbor's door. They was already in bed and did not see me or hear me. And I think the daughter heard me. But I had already went back across the street. I beat on the door again, on the windows, and then I called, I don't know if I called Christopher first or if I called the Galveston County and told them I need them here because I was fixing to break into this house because I knew something was wrong.
Okay. And just so we all are still following around, Christopher is Tammy's son, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is Tara's dad, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why was it that you called Christopher that night?
Well, I mean, he needed to know something was going on too. This is his mom and his daughter, so.
And when you called Galveston County Sheriff's Office, why was it that you were calling them?
Because I wanted them there because I was fixing to break into the house, and I did not want them to come rolling up and all of a sudden I'm getting thrown down and arrested, for breaking and entering, but was concerned, you know.
So is it fair to say you were just informing the sheriff's office that you were about to break in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after you called the sheriff's office, did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Okay. Once they arrived, can you walk us through kind of what did you do? What parts of the house did you go to?
We took him, they was walking around, they were shining the lights in the windows, and then they turned around and looked at me and they said, well, they're moving. I said, no, they're not moving. I was just here, you know, they're not moving. And I asked them, I said, can I look? And when I looked in, I seen stuff that was thrown up against the master bath because the bathroom door was open. There was a little foam mattress that it was up against it, and I knew all that stuff was not there.
So you said you could see this from the master bathroom window?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said it was a foam mattress that was up against it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What other parts of the house did you look in or try to open?
I tried to, I'd already put my shoulder into the front door, but that oak door I know was not going to move because I helped install it.
So and how, since you installed it, that helps too, how does that front door lock or unlock?
It has a regular deadbolt on it, and it's kind of reinforced a little bit.
And does it lock from the, is it like...
It locks from the inside and has a key access to the outside.
Okay. And so, was it locked when you tried to open that front door?
Yes, ma'am, it was locked.
Okay. And so, it could have been locked from either inside or outside, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know who all had keys to that front door?
Well, Tammy and Tara, and then there was a third key, but it had been missing.
Other than the front door, were there any other doors that you tried?
Yes, ma'am. I went around to the back door, the sheriff that followed me then, and we tried to get it open because I broke out the little window that was in that door and reached in, but the washing machine had been turned over. It was blocking the back door. It could not be budged because it was up against the dryer too.
And is that typically how that room is?
No, ma'am.
Is that door a door that can typically be opened and gone through?
Yes, ma'am. It leads out to the backyard, to the little back patio area.
So after you tried that back door and it was blocked by the washer dryer, where did you go next?
I went back to the master bath and I broke out the window. And at that time, the sheriff department, they had my phone and was talking to Chris. And as soon as I broke out the window, being an old firefighter, I knew what was going on. I turned around and looked at them. I said, y'all need to meet me at the front door.
And when you say being an old firefighter and you knew what was going on, what was it that told you what was going on?
The smell that I smelled.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in your previous profession, you had smelled that smell before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did that smell mean to you?
Somebody was dead.
Did you go inside that bathroom?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Can you tell me what you saw as soon as you got into the bathroom?
I made my way through the stuff that's not normally thrown in front of the doorway there. And since they had my phone and I didn't have a light, one of the sheriffs handed me their flashlight. And as soon as I pushed the little mattress back enough, I could look over and I seen that the safe had been opened.
And when you say the safe, what kind of safe was that?
It was like a regular, it's a regular safe, but it was big enough to hold rifles and personal items and stuff.
So a pretty large safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said it was open?
Yes, ma'am.
And did everything look like it was in its place or out of place?
No, ma'am, it was empty.
And after you saw the safe, what did you see next?
I turned towards where Tammy's bed and everything was, and I seen her laying there like if she was sound asleep.
And I know when we talk about how a bed normally is, we have like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did Tammy typically sleep on her bed?
She slept across the bed instead of towards the headboard and the footboard, because down at the end of the footboard she had like her telephone, the lamp, the charger and stuff was all sitting there on it's like kind of like a long, you would see a long table that's behind the sofa.
So she slept with like the footboard to her left and the headboard to her right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you said you looked towards the bed, and what position was Tammy in?
She was laying on her back, like she would normally be sleeping. And I just went ahead and started making my way through because I knew, as I looked over, I shined the light back over there, and there was a bunch of blankets that was thrown on top of her top section. And whenever I made it to the door, the bedroom door was locked. The only way that you can lock that door is from the inside. So I figured it was locked and the door was closed behind.
And so you mean it was locked from inside and then pulled shut behind somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Tammy typically keep her door locked?
No, ma'am.
And you said there was a lot of sheets and blankets and things on her top half. Did she normally sleep with that many sheets and blankets?
No, ma'am.
Once you realized that door was locked, did you notice anything else in the room?
No, ma'am. At that time, I was headed for the front door because as I was, right after I broke the window, I tried to tell the sheriff's department, you need to meet me at the front door. Because like I said, from previous, I knew something had happened. I did not even stop at Tara's room because I was afraid that she was going to be there too.
And when you came through Tammy's door, did you see any signs of Tara or Percy?
No, ma'am.
And you said you didn't check in Tara's room because you were concerned she might be in there as well.
Yes, ma'am, and I know that I did not want to disturb anything because, like I said, I already knew. And I wanted them to get in there to take over the scene and everything. I did not want to disturb anything else.
And so, did you ultimately get out the front door?
Yes, ma'am. I went to the front door, I undid the deadbolt, opened it up, pushed the screen door open. I walked out. I handed the sheriff department back their flashlight, told them it was their scene, and I sat down on one of the chairs that I usually sit in on the front porch.
And after that, what did you do?
I just sat there for a while, and then they took over, and I was asked to move outside of the crime scene tape and everything. I said, that's not a problem, and I went across the street to the neighbors, and I sat over there.
And after that, did you cooperate fully with the police and allow them to do their job?
Yes, ma'am, I certainly did.
I
asked them, I said, what about Tara? And they did take and tell me that
Don't tell me what anybody else said. But you checked on Tara?
they had checked on Tara.
Okay. And did you know if Tara was still in the house?
Not until they told me.
Okay. after that, did you ever hear from Tara or Percy?
No, ma'am. I text Tara's phone, and I don't think I ever got, no, I never get nothing back at all.
And then ultimately after that, the police handled everything moving forward.
Yes, ma'am. They took me over, set me down, and did a test, the GR, the test for gunpowder residue or anything on my hands, and there was none whatsoever.
And then ultimately, that was all you did? You just kind of waited there the rest of the night?
Yes, ma'am. I stayed there the rest of the night until everything was over, and then whenever they decided that they had everything, the house was turned back over to me.
Okay. I'll pass this with Michelle.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, my name is Bill Agnew. I promise you I'm not going to be mean. I just have to ask you some questions, okay?
Certainly.
And I represent Uriah Urick, who's sitting here to my right. Do you know why Tara was living with Tammy in the first place?
You may answer. We've already gotten some information in about the relationship. So due to the fact that she was living there, I'm going to go ahead and allow this. Go right ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that?
Back then, Chris was having a little bit of problems.
Okay.
And him and his wife, I guess, they were arguing and fighting. They had split up and everything. So, I mean, the kids, there was 3 of them, and the kids went like to different relatives and was living with them.
Okay. Now, you indicated earlier that Tara came to live with her at a pretty young age, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I mean, at that point, even though Tammy's grandmother, she's really more like her mother. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, ma'am.
Because, I mean, she was the one who was responsible for raising Tara, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And, that's kind of, I mean, we see that more today than we used to when we were younger, but grandparents having to raise their kids. But that's not very unusual today, correct?
That's correct.
And normally it's because there's something wrong in the family of one sort or another, without getting into specifics. Right?
Yes, sir. Everybody's young and everybody makes mistakes, so.
But I'm not trying to say anything bad about anybody, but just it's something that's become more common in today's world, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the relationship between Tammy and Tara, she was 17 years old at the time Tara was, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 17-year-olds, especially girls, can be somewhat difficult, right?
Yes, sir. I raised one myself.
Right. And, that's kind of a tough age for anyone to have to deal with a teenager, boy or girl. I mean, when they're that age, they're wanting to be grown up, but they're not grown up.
Yes, sir.
And they're trying to test their limits. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that Tammy was pretty stern or strict with Tara about what things she would allow her to do.
On certain items, yes, I would say, but I also that, there was things that she was lenient on, too.
Okay. What were the things that she was strict about?
Mainly going to school and that's pretty well, mainly going to school and making sure that you left on time and all that, because like I said earlier, they had a curfew. And every once in a while I would take it, and say, oh, come on, they're young, and give them another hour,
Now, what did you know about Uriah when you met him?
I did not know nothing about Uriah. Whenever I first met him, I thought he was a great kid, and I still think he's,
find out a little bit more about his background or not?
Not really that much. I knew that there was a little bit of problems there at his house too, so.
Were you aware that he was homeless at the time this occurred?
At this time, yes, I did know.
Okay. So when he had his curfew, do you have any idea where he was going to be going at that point?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you see him leave?
Yes, sir, I've seen him leave several times.
Okay. Do you know if he would come back later, or do you just not know?
I do not know that.
Okay. How much time did you spend over at Tammy's house?
I've spent quite a bit. I'm retired.
Did you ever stay the night there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do that a lot, or a little, or just sometimes?
At first, it was just a little bit, and then after we got romantic and everything, yes, I stayed there quite a bit.
When you get to stay there, you got to see more of the dynamics between Tammy and Tara. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did kind of as things went on, did things become contentious between them?
No, not nothing that I could really tell. It was like normal.
They didn't argue or have disagreements?
Just mainly on, like clothes or going to school. Sometimes, I never heard it, but I don't know if I can say it. Tara wanted, I don't know if I can say this, Tara wanted him like to stay or like have a room there, and Tammy was not going to have that.
As far as, the dynamics between them, I mean, if Tammy had a rule, like not having him live there, was she firm about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she did not want Uriah to live there, correct?
They were still too young,
but she didn't want him living there. That's correct. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's understandable. I'm not trying to badmouth her. I don't mean it like that. But that was something that made Tammy upset, right? Not Tammy, Tara. Sorry, Tara.
Well, yes, I would say it probably made Tara upset, yes.
Because Tara was 17 and thought she was in love, so she wanted to spend time with Uriah, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's normal for a 17-year-old.
That's normal for a 17-year-old, yes.
So she would get angry at Tammy for not letting him stay there, is that correct?
I imagine so.
Did you ever see that?
No, sir. I never really did see them argue or fight. Just little things. Like are you clothes done, rooms cleaned up. Okay.
Well, now as far as Uriah goes, were there any problems between Uriah and Tammy?
At one time, he raised his voice once, and I said, "That's not going to happen again. That's not going to happen." And we had talked, and so.
Was there ever a problem with that again?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Would it surprise you if Tammy had told people that she felt like her grandmother abused her?
Yeah.
So you never saw any signs that indicate that she abused her?
No, sir.
Okay.
If anything, she was giving her and trying to help her get everything that she wanted,
Now, we talked about the safe being open. Was it a safe that you had to have a key to open, or was it a safe that you had a combination to open?
A combination for sure.
Okay. Do you have any idea whether Tammy had ever shared that combination with either Tara or Uriah?
No, sir, I don't.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So they might have had it, they might not have. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as the guns go, her first husband was a gun dealer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of...
Her only husband, yes.
But he had a lot of guns.
Yes.
He did. And how restrictive was Tara with either... or Tammy, how restrictive was Tammy? I'm struggling with these. How strict was Tammy with Tara and Uriah about using the guns?
As far as I know, they wasn't supposed to be touching them at all.
Okay. Do you have any idea whether he was ever allowed to go use them to go hunting?
No, sir, not that I know
Okay. Was that something you think you would have known?
of. No, I don't believe so. I don't believe she would have let anybody take one.
What I'm asking is if he had taken them hunting, is that something that you think you would have known? Would you have known that he was able to do that? If he was allowed to?
I imagine if he was allowed to, yeah, I imagine I would probably know about it too.
Okay. And you're saying you have no knowledge of that of any kind?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, was Tara allowed to use the guns?
No, sir, not that I know of.
Okay. Now, as far as between Tammy and Tara goes, how generous do you feel that Tammy was towards Tara?
Pretty generous.
Give her a lot of stuff?
Yes, sir.
And buy her stuff, clothes, things like that?
Yes, sir.
You treated her like her daughter, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you said there really weren't ever any problems between Tammy and Uriah?
Not that I know of. Just the one time, he was a little upset and the voice got raised, and I said that will not happen no more.
Did you know a person named Travis Hodges?
No, sir, I don't recognize that name.
You never met him?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, in talking about Tammy, did Tammy have a prescription for hydrocodone or painkillers?
I'm not sure on that one, sir. I did not know all the medications.
Do you know if she took painkillers?
I think so. Matter of fact, I think she did have one for, I'm trying to remember what it was for. She had had surgery a long time ago. I could not answer that, to be honest, sir.
Okay. But if she took them, do you have any idea whether they were prescribed or she got them from another source?
They would have to be prescribed.
Why?
Because she didn't do that, nothing like that, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any knowledge of her ever using methamphetamine?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. But she did smoke pot.
Yes, sir.
And she drank too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, had you ever seen her in a situation where she was around either Tara or Uriah and she was impaired?
No, sir.
Never? Okay.
No, sir.
Did you ever see her taking painkillers to the point that you felt like she was impaired and shouldn't drive?
No.
Okay. And when you indicated that your first impression of Uriah was that he was a good kid, and then, kind of as you got to know him, you still felt like he was a good kid. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're really familiar with what his background was like prior to coming over there?
No, sir. I did not know him.
Did you ever have any dealings with anyone in his family or anyone like that?
No, sir.
No?
I think he did introduce me to his mom once, and I said hello.
Okay. Was she over there?
No, sir. It was at McDonald's.
Did you jump up into her there?
No, sir.
Nothing?
Up at the McDonald's, they was coming to pick up Tara.
Okay. So his mother was with him to pick up Tara?
Yes.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
I would say back in the first of the year.
Okay. Now, as far as Tara goes, I mean, how often would she leave the house?
they would take him, Uriah was over there and they wanted to go walking, she would come and tell Tammy, hey, we're going for a walk, and they would go out and go for a walk, and most of the time, she was there at the house if they wasn't out together walking.
Did she go out to, like, let's say, go see movies, go to the mall? Did she do things like that or not?
No, I don't really think that she went out that much,
Would you consider her like a homebody?
Yeah, she was, I guess, kind of like Tammy, being a homebody.
Now, as far as Tara goes, she was 17 years old. Did she have a driver's license?
No, sir, not yet. She did not know how to drive.
That's what I was going to ask. So she had no knowledge of how to drive?
No, sir. That was going to be my next thing. I was going to teach her.
Okay.
We had already discussed it.
Do you know why Tammy didn't teach her how to drive?
No, I think Tara was a little bit nervous, being never behind the wheel or nothing. So me and Tammy had talked before about taking her out to the parking lot, and I would start teaching her.
Do you know if Uriah could drive?
No, I really don't. I imagine he could. At one time he had a Camaro.
Okay.
So it wasn't running, but he had one.
Okay. Now, did Tara ever have any form of a job while you knew her?
No, sir.
Okay. And was her attendance at school always not good, or was there a time she was better at it?
No, it used to be really good.
And when did it get bad?
I would say it was probably really about a month before all this happened.
Do you know if she was ready to be done with school?
I think I heard something before. It's just here. I can't really say it, but I think she wanted to be homeschooled.
Okay. Now,
She only had 1 year left.
Okay. Now, did Tara work, or did Tammy work, or no?
No.
What did she do when she worked?
She was pretty well the mom, the housewife, the stay-at-home mom.
Okay. And after her husband died, how did she support herself financially?
She was like receiving his check.
Social Security?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a lot of money, or did she not have a lot of money?
Supposedly Butch had JC, her husband, had been saving money and it was saved up.
Okay. Was it like a savings account, or did he have it in the safe?
I imagine there was some of both.
Okay.
Because he did tell me once before that he had money at the house.
Okay. And do you know, would Tammy, would she share that money with Tara, or do you know?
I do not know, sir.
I mean,
I know that, if Tara wanted something, then Tammy would always try to figure out a way to make sure that she had it.
and I mean, if Tara's not working, if she's going to get any money, it's going to have to be from Tammy, right?
Yes, sir.
At 17.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think that Tammy supported Tara well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she try to give her everything she could?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
No further questions for this
Thank
witness,
you.
Your Honor.
Sir, you may step down. Call your next witness.
The state will call Investigator Dean Crow, Your Honor.
Okay.
Please stand.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Larry, L-A-R-Y, Eugene, E-U-G-E-N-E, Crow, Zero, W, Jr.
And what is your official title at work?
Investigator.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And I'm going to ask to slow down just a little bit just for a court reporter.
Yes, ma'am.
How long, or I guess let me ask it this way, are you currently a peace officer?
I've been a police officer 36 years.
And in order to become a police officer, what sort of training or education are you required to have?
Go to a certified police academy, and then once you complete the police academy, you go to an agency, apply at agencies to carry your license.
And do you have to take any sort of test or certification?
Yes, ma'am. A T-code test.
And what does that consist of?
It's going to certified police academy. You take a 200 question test. Once you complete the test, you pass the test, and you start applying for a police officer's job.
And when you first start, you said you get a basic peace officer license?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only type of peace officer license?
Once you get established in law enforcement, you move up to intermediate, advanced, and master, which I currently hold a master's peace officer.
So once you passed your TCOL certification, where was the first place that you were employed as a peace officer?
I started out at Lamarck Police Department as a reserve officer because my dad was chief. I couldn't work full time. And then moved on and got hired on the Texas City Police Department.
And what did you do, or how long were you at Texas City Police Department?
I was with Texas City Police Department 26 years.
And what was the first role that you had there?
As a Texas City Police Officer, I was a patrol officer for 4 years, then moved into crime scene.
And so if you were there 26 years, is it fair to say the majority of your career was in crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And for those of us who may not be as familiar with law enforcement, what is crime scene? What does that mean?
Crime scene is you go out to a scene. Once you arrive at the scene, you sit there and you document what the scene is by photographing, sketching, and collecting physical evidence. And once you collect the evidence, you're responsible for the chain of custody of it.
And do you have any sort of specialized training in order to go into crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. I have intermediate and advanced crime scene. I also have bloodstained level 1, sheeting reconstruction level 1. Also a latent print examiner, which I currently went to a basic, intermediate, advanced level for fingerprints to be an examiner. Also have a basic instructor's license. I'm a field training officer, and currently I also just completed the FBI LEDA trilogy.
So is it fair to say you've had a lot of training?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you stated you were at Texas City crime scene for the majority of your 26-year stint at Texas City, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that where you completed your law enforcement career, or did you go somewhere after Texas City?
Once I retired from Texas City Police Department, I went back to Lamarck Police Department where I could work full time. I did 4 years at Lamarck Police Department. I worked patrol for 2 weeks and then was assigned to the crime scene unit.
And then after those 4 years, did you go anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am. I left Lamarck Police Department and hired on with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, are currently employed.
And what is your current assignment within the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I'm an investigator in the crime scene investigation unit.
And about how many people are in your unit?
A total of 6.
What is kind of a daily life for you as an investigator in the crime scene unit?
Just depending on how the day goes, if If a call drops, then whoever's next up will take that call, where it's a burglary call, auto pedestrian call, or a homicide call.
When you get assigned to go to a call, do you handle it as one investigator does everything, or do y'all have more of a team approach?
When it's a major scene, it's a team approach.
I want to, before we get into the events that brought us here today, I want to talk a little bit about how you approach a crime scene as an investigator, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a standard way that you have to approach all crime scenes, or is it different depending on what it is?
It's depending on what type of crime scene it is.
When you arrive to a crime scene, what's the first thing that you do as a crime scene investigator?
As a crime scene investigator, the first thing I do is I go to the primary officer that's working the call. I get that officer, for him or her, to brief me on what they have, what they learned on the investigation. So then I can go ahead and do a walkthrough of the crime scene and figure out what equipment I got to start pulling from my unit to start working the scene.
Once you do that, how do you start documenting a scene? Is there a certain way that you approach that?
Yes, ma'am. What I usually do is, once I get all my information, I get my camera. After my walkthrough, I get my camera and I start doing my photos, starting from exterior and working myself into the interior of the crime scene.
And when you're taking these photos, are you taking a few photos or many photos?
Many photos now.
Why is it that you are taking many photos?
You can never take enough photos, especially now with the digital cameras. You never have enough pictures.
After you do that initial documentation of photos, what is the typical next step that you would do?
Once I complete the photos, I'm looking for the evidence that's important to the case. And once I find that evidence, I start placing what they call evidence markers, their numbers, and start placing them on the pieces of evidence that I'm going to collect.
And what do those markers look like?
They're just yellow tints with numbers on them.
And do those numbers correspond to anything in your documentation, or what do those numbers represent?
They represent the items that I'm going to collect, and the item that I'm going to collect has that particular number assigned to it.
So once you've tinted everything, what is the next thing that you do?
I retake my photos with the tints in them, and once I complete that, then I do a rough sketch of the scene and do measurements of the scene. But now we have a system called Faro, which is a 3D scanner, and we'll set that Faro up, and once we set the Faro up, if I set it in this room, it'll do a complete 360 and completely do a diagram of this room and get all the measurements.
And then after you've completed those second round of photos and then either a sketch or a Faro scan, what is the next thing that comes in the crime scene investigation?
I start collecting my evidence, and I'll either place it in a 6x9 envelope, 9x12 envelope, or a brown paper bag.
Is there a standard way to approach collecting evidence, or is there a strategy? How does collecting an item work? How does it look?
First of all, before you start collecting, you obviously have gloves on, and you once you got everything documented, you just pick the item up, put it in the whatever item you're going to package it in. You seal it and either put evidence tape on it or just use the tape that's on the envelope until you get it to the office.
And do you make any sort of markings on those packages?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What do you put on there?
I do the date, the time, and the location that I picked the evidence up and what the evidence is.
Now, once you've collected all the evidence on the scene, what happens to that evidence?
It's later transported to our processing lab where it is vouchered in our computer. And once it's vouchered, it's turned in to the evidence text, which at that time we will meet with the detective working that scene, the lead detective, and figure out what items, if there's any items, to be sent to the lab for testing.
When you say sent to the lab for testing, what lab do you send things to?
We send our items to the Houston DPS lab, Department of Public Safety, or Austin Department of Public Safety.
And when you say sending things to the lab for testing, what sort of testing do you send items for?
It's either going to be for DNA purposes, to analyze it, if there's blood on the evidence. We can send it to Austin for fingerprints, if we get them to fingerprint it. But we usually do it ourselves. But that's what we can utilize the labs for.
Do they also do things like biology and firearms and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say the crime lab tests a lot of things?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you meet with the detectives to determine what things get sent to DPS. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, how is it ultimately the detective's decision, or is it a group effort to decide what things get tested?
We try to have a group effort where it involves the district attorney that's involved in the case, along with the detectives, and then we only have a certain amount of items, which is 10 items, not counting the knowns, which is buckle swabs from the either suspects or victims, and we send those particular items to the lab. And when those items come back, if we need to send more items, then we can send more items.
I want to bring your attention.
Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you. I apologize. I want to bring your attention to February 7th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What were you doing on that day?
I was actually at that time, it was about 6 a.m. I was getting ready for work. I get a call from my sergeant advising me to respond to, I believe it's 4723 15th Street in Bacliff.
And it may sound silly, but can you tell me what county and state that's in?
It's Galveston County in Texas.
And so did you respond to that location?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When you arrived there, what type of location was that?
If I remember correctly, it was a residential area, residence. Once I arrived on the scene, the investigators were already there prior to my arrival. The investigator, Rachel Martin, was already on scene, so she was the lead investigator at that scene, and she at that time assigned us different tasks.
And that was going to be my next question. So when somebody is the lead investigator, what is their role and how is it different from the rest of the investigators?
The lead investigator is the one that takes the case, and they, like I said, they're the ones that give the assignments out of what necessarily needs to be done to get that case worked properly.
And you said that Investigator Martin was the lead and she gave out assignments, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What assignments, if any, were you given?
I was given the first assignment was the Pharaoh 3D scan assignment.
And did you complete that Pharaoh 3D scan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. What was your next assignment?
My next assignment was to go into the living room and collect some items that were already marked, the evidence markers, and get them collected.
And did you take any photos?
I did later at my next assignment.
Okay, and I apologize, I didn't mean to get ahead of you.
No.
So, you collected the evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
What evidence did you collect?
It was going to be some cards, like credit cards, some papers, there was a purse with red droplets, which appeared to be blood. And there was a couch, and behind the couch was a wallet and a small, clear baggie with a green leafy substance, which appeared to be marijuana.
One second. you say cards, what type of cards were they?
I believe they were, I want to say they were credit cards. May have been, I have to go back and look at my report.
Would looking at your report help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, feel free to look and then just look up at me once you feel refreshed.
All I have was a set of cards. I didn't have which ones they were.
Okay, no problem. And then the next item, or one of the other items you said was a purse, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did that purse look like?
It was a white purse with, it also had some red droplets, which appeared to be blood. And then behind there was a couch, and right behind that couch was a blue wallet and a clear plastic bag, which appeared to be marijuana, gray leafy substance. And then the last thing I collected was a loaded magazine that was between a bedroom and a hall and a kitchen.
Now, when we're standing in the living room, what is the status of the living room? What does it look like?
It was it looked like it was kind of ransacked. It was unkept.
Was there anything else in the floor or left around that seemed out of place?
Not that I can recall, ma'am.
And then after you go through the living room, what is the next thing that you do?
My next item was a bedroom which faced the northeast direction of the residence, and it belonged to a Tammy King. I was advised to photograph and document that room, which at that point, as I started photographing, I observed there was a pillow, there was a desk. Under the desk, there was a pillow with red droplets, which appeared to be blood. There was also a cell phone that was sitting on a chair next to the desk. So I noticed that, and once I noticed that, I put my evidence markers down on that, and then photographed that, and then collected those items.
And did you also, or I guess after that, what did you do?
While I was still trying to complete that task, my sergeant came in and pulled me to go outside to the backyard. There was a chair that was at the fence area, and near that fence area on the cushion of the couch there appeared to be a foot impression. So he wanted me to photograph that and document that. So at that point I photographed it. I used a scale to photograph it, and then I went back in and finished up my processing of that bedroom.
And let's talk about that bedroom. What was kind of the status of that bedroom? What did it look like?
That bedroom was really unkept.
Was it more or less unkept than the rest of the house?
It was both.
Okay, what do you mean?
It seemed like, well, that room was really unkept. The living room was just, like stuff was just moved around.
So earlier you stated that the living room looked ransacked, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then this bedroom, did it look ransacked or did it just look messy?
It was messy.
Was there a few things or a lot of things inside this bedroom?
A lot of things.
And ultimately, did you take bedrooms of all of these locations that you just talked to us about?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Investigator Crow, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State 73 through 89. Will you take a look at these documents and, without telling me what they are, let me know if you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photos.
Okay. And are they a true and accurate depiction of what they purport to be?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Have they been altered in any way other than the evidence sticker added by the state?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 73 through 89, having previously tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
State 73 for 89 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Now, Investigator Crow, when I spoke to you earlier, I asked if you take a few or many photos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, 73 through 89, is this all the photos you took or just some of them?
Just some of them, ma'am.
But do they give a fair and accurate depiction of the overall scene that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
In state 73, can you let us know what we're looking at?
That's going to be the living room area.
And can you tell us what we see here in the middle of the floor?
Right there, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Looks like a bag of dog food.
And when you go, we see that there's a doorway straight ahead. Are there any other doorways inside this room that you know of?
Just the front door leading to that the kitchen area.
Okay. And is that the kitchen area straight ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was it that you located the cards, the purse, the wallet, those sorts of things?
It's going to be right in that area, ma'am.
So kind of on the other side of it?
On the floor, yes, ma'am, on the other side of that table.
Okay.
There'll probably be more in Investigator Martin's photos. I just started my photos from outside and worked myself into the bedroom.
Yes, sir. And you stated that you started taking photos after some of those items had already been collected, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated after the living room, your next location was the room you knew to be Tara's, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you walked through this door in state 73, what direction would you need to go to get to Tara's room?
Walk through that doorway, you're going to go to the immediate right.
Okay. And to the immediate right, is there only one room there, or are there more than one room?
I want to say there's more than one room. More than one room.
But you weren't assigned to go to any of those rooms?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In state 74, what are we looking at?
It looks like it's going to be the entrance into the bedroom, Tara's bedroom.
And here it looks like we get a little closer in state 75. Is this what you meant by you kind of worked your way in?
Yes, ma'am. I got a full view of the door, then I started working myself inside. Yes, ma'am.
And in state 76, is this your view when you walk immediately into Tara's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And when you said that that room was messy, what, if anything, kind of stood out to you as being messy or not? Probably shouldn't be there.
All those cans, the bed's unmade. It's just everything is all over the floor.
Did you observe if there was any food or anything like that in the room?
I believe there was, ma'am.
And you stated that there was a desk. From this photo, where would the desk be?
It's going to be right by the bed, on the other side of that bed, be on the left side.
So off to the left of state 76?
Yes, ma'am.
Now in state 77, is that the desk we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, I know it's a little bit hard to see. So from this position on state 77, where would the bed be?
I'm sorry, that's going to be the dresser area. The bed's in front of that.
Okay. Is that again in state 78?
It's just another picture of that dresser.
Okay, so this is across from the bed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I was trying to work myself around to that location.
Yes, sir, of course. Now in state 80, what part of the room have we gotten to?
That's getting right there in the area of the desk, ma'am.
Okay. And was this part of the desk pretty cluttered, or what did you think of this?
Yeah, very cluttered.
Now in States 81, we see a little yellow card. Can you tell us what that is?
That's, yes ma'am, that's where the number 5 was collected, the magazine, loaded magazine, outside the bedroom.
And are those the yellow tints you were talking about earlier?
Yes ma'am, it is.
So is this from inside Tara's room looking back out?
Inside Tara's room, outside, it's going to be a little hallway right there.
Now in States 82, where did we move to?
We moved past the bed. On that left side is the desk and the chair.
And so in comparison to this photo, where would the bed be?
It should be right next to that chair.
So
on
to
the right hand side.
Perfect. So to the right hand side of States 82.
Yes ma'am.
In States 83, what are we looking at?
That's where I observed the pillow with the red droplet, which appeared to be blood.
Did you observe anything else odd or of note under that desk?
Individual bottles like that.
Could you tell what it was or what it looked like?
It is a yellowish liquid.
And is that what we're looking at, States 85?
Yes ma'am, it's just more.
And from your training and experience, did you have an idea of what was in these bottles?
We were later told it was urine.
And does that look consistent to what you know would be urine?
Yes ma'am.
And in States 86, is it showing us just a little bit of how messy things are? We see some food in the top right corner.
Yes ma'am.
And here we see another one of those tint markers. What are we marking?
Marking the pillow that was later collected.
And then in States 88, we see another marker. Can you tell us what we're marking here?
That's the cell phone. It was sitting in the chair. It was later collected.
And is that a closer version of that phone?
Yes ma'am.
So after you took those photos and collected the items, what all items did you collect inside Tara's room?
That was going to be a total of 4 pillows and a cell phone.
Where were all those pillows located?
The first pillow was under the desk. The other pillows were around the bed area. One was believed to be on the floor.
What was the next step that you did? Or we talked about item number 5. It was outside in the hallway, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That was picked up, included with the items in the living room.
Okay. And what was item number 5?
Item 5 was a loaded magazine.
After you documented with photos and collected those items, what was the next thing that you did?
My next assignment, there was some bed sheets that were collected that the victim was lying on. I was advised to take those to the Galveston County Medical Examiner's office so they can put them in their drying cabinet.
Why do you put things in a drying cabinet?
It's to preserve them, and also you can't if it's something wet, either with blood or any kind of liquids, to keep it from mildewing. You want to have it dry in a filtered cabinet.
And the sheets that you took, why did they need to be dried?
Because they were. I didn't get to examine the sheets. I was just advised to take them because apparently they did have liquid on them.
And after you took the sheets to the medical examiner's office, what was your next step?
Returned back to the scene where I followed all the evidence was put in our command post trailer, and part of our chain of custody is to stay with the evidence. So while the evidence was being transported to our processing lab. I followed the trailer, and once we arrived at the sheriff's office, myself and another investigator unloaded that trailer and secured everything in the processing lab.
Once you did that, did you have anything further to do with this investigation?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. My name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, who's sitting here to my right.
Yes, sir.
The room, you searched Tara's room. Did you also go in and search Tammy's room, which is the alleged victim?
The victim's room I did not have any part of, no, sir.
Okay, so you were just in charge of Tara's room then?
Yes, sir.
Do you have, when you look at, you've got a pillow that's got blood on it that's under a desk. Do you have any idea how that got there?
No, sir.
Or why the blood's there?
No, sir.
Okay. Or whether it's related or not?
No, sir.
Right. Okay. And then, when the shoe impression that you said you got outside, what was the purpose of that?
It's just part of our investigation, and because apparently it was brought to my sergeant's attention, and anything of evidence value, especially working a case like that, we wanted to get it photographed and documented.
As far as you know, did that have any bearing on anything that had happened here, or answer any questions?
Not that I recall, not that I know of, sir.
Okay. You said you put in, I don't remember the term for it, but the 360 camera that you do?
The Faro, yes, sir.
Faro, okay. Did you do that as well in Tara's room or not?
All rooms were done, yes, sir.
Okay. And is there anything about the Faro that answered any questions or led to anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass on this.
Anything further?
Nothing further from the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
Today we call Andy Jameers.
Okay. You would put bathroom break? Maybe even a coffee break. You want some coffee? Anybody can help you out.
Already made it.
Okay, very good. Right then, jury's going to take a quick break. If you wouldn't mind waiting there. Go right ahead.
All rise for the jury.
Court stands in recess for a quick break. Lawyers, does anyone need coffee?
There's like any real difference. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely seen more of a channel 1.
Angela Chavers, ANGELACHA, V as in Victor, IERS.
And how are you currently employed?
I am employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene investigator.
And so is your official title investigator?
Yes,
How long have you been in law enforcement?
for almost 5 years.
And did you start at the SO?
I did.
How did you start? What position did you start in?
I started out on patrol, and then I moved into crime scene
About how long have you been on crime scene?
for a little over a year and a half.
In regards to this case, how did you get involved in the investigation?
I was contacted by Investigative Martin. She was training me at the time.
And sort of walk us through what happened when you first got on scene.
When I arrived on scene, I made contact with Investigator Martin, and then we did a walkthrough with our deputies.
And what did you do next?
After that, we left the house, and then we started dividing out tasks.
And Investigator Crow has already sort of testified as to what his tasks and assignments were. What were yours?
My tasks and assignments were to assist with evidence collection and then video the scene.
So, can you sort of describe to the jury how you video the scene?
Yes, so the way we video the scene is going to be similar to how we take photographs. So we'll start with our overalls, and then we'll go into mid-range photos and close-up photos. And as we enter each room, you'll see we'll go from corner to corner to kind of pan the room, so that way you can see all perspectives of the room.
And was that performed in this case?
Excuse me?
Was that videoing performed in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? So, Investigator Chavers, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 93. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
It is a thumb drive with the video footage that I took.
And have you reviewed that?
I have.
Do the videos appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
They do not.
And do they fairly and accurately capture the events and the scenes as they were at the time of the recording?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time state would move to admit States 93. No objection.
Case 93 will be admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with file, I believe it was AMC 128, with video paused at 1 second. Investigator Chavers, where are we in regards to that?
You're at the exterior of the residence, the front yard.
And do you know what the address of the residence is?
It's going to be 4721.
Do you know the street number?
I believe it's 15.
And do you know what county and state the house is located?
It's in Galveston County, in Texas.
Thank you. So, Investigator Chambers, are these videos silent?
They are. There's no audio.
So, as we go through it and play the videos, I'll just be asking you various questions, and if you see anything that you think merits explanation, feel free to point that out. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so we're zooming in here at the front of the house. Why are we doing that?
To show the address, which is 4723.
And then what are you doing at this point in the video?
I am walking up the sidewalk to enter the residence.
On the front porch that we see here, is there anything of investigative value that y'all were able to see?
No, sir.
see zooming in on the screen door here, why are you doing that?
I am doing that to show whether or not there has been forced entry made.
And based on how it appears, does it appear that there was forced entry?
No, sir.
And is this the front door to the house?
Yes.
Does there appear to be forced entry on that screen door?
It does not.
Based on this wooden front door, does there appear to be any forced entry there?
No, sir.
As we are walking into the home now, from the perspective of the video, what are we looking at here?
A closet.
And so, for the purpose of the record, AMC 0128 just ended. We'll now be playing AMC 0129. Does there appear to be anything important of note in the closet?
No, sir.
As we kind of move into the house, I kind of want to discuss the process of taking these recordings. Are they all continuous and get broken up into separate files, or are you pausing the video and then restarting it manually from your camera?
They get broken up into separate files. There is one portion where the battery does die, so I have to switch it out.
Okay. And would you be able to point that out when we reach it?
Yes.
Okay. So, well, what are we looking at now?
We are looking at what appears to be the living room.
And on the couch, what do there appear to be?
Rifles.
And we can see various exhibit markers. Were those there when the sheriff's office originally arrived on scene, or were they placed there by other detectives?
They were placed there by us later, not when we originally arrived.
Right. I know it might sound like a silly question, but I just wanted to make sure. We do see what appeared to be was it a bag of dog food?
Yes, it appeared to be a bag of dog food.
Is it closed? Has it spilled? Like, what's the status of it?
It appears to be open.
Right there, you kind of zoomed in on that sort of green object in the lower corner. What was that?
It appears to be magazines.
Was like the container they were in? Were they all full, or was one appeared to be empty?
I don't know.
And not the magazines themselves, but like the actual physical pockets.
Like the pouch.
Do you know if these firearms were found on the couch like this, or were they placed there by investigators?
They were placed there by investigators.
Do you know where they were originally found?
I believe they were originally located behind that Christmas tree near the couch.
And we see zooming in next to something by Evans marker 2. What is that?
A purse or bag.
Does there appear to be anything on that bag?
To me, it appears to be possibly blood.
Okay, and for the record, we've played all of AMC 129. We'll move on to AMC 0130. And so this is just that same living room that we had been seeing, but just from a slightly different angle?
Correct.
Pause it here. Now, on the floor here, what are we seeing?
Various cards and papers.
And were those ultimately collected, if you know?
Yes, they were.
Do you know who they were collected by?
I believe Investigative Crime.
And who processed those papers once they were collected?
I processed those papers once they were collected.
Now, my approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, Investigator Schaefer as State's Exhibit 90. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And what is it?
It is a evidence package.
And what is in the evidence package?
Papers and cards collected from the living room floor.
So are they the same papers and cards that we see up on the screen in AMC 0130?
Yes.
Can you open this package, please? I want to talk a little bit about this outside packaging before we dive into those. We see around it all this green tape in various writings. What's the purpose of all that green tape in those writings?
Anytime the evidence is closed, we seal it with the tape.
Okay. And in fact, we see on the back here some various writings. What are these? If you can tell us.
Initials and dates.
And your initials are here? Is that
Correct.
Prior to you opening it, does it appear to have been tampered or altered with outside the evidence sealants that have already been discussed?
No, sir.
Okay. you can do it. So, what do the contents within these brown bags as well appear to be tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir. Not since I last processed them.
Let's talk about how you process them. What's the process like?
I used a chemical called ninhydrin. Ninhydrin is a chemical that reacts to the amino acids and proteins in the fingerprints. So what I did is I sprayed these items with the ninhydrin, and then I heated them, and as a positive reaction, the fingerprint will turn a purple color.
And so after you did that processing of them, they don't appear to have been tampered or altered with.
They do not.
Do you have Now, in the second bag, were these processed in the same way?
They were not, no.
Okay. Do they appear to have been tampered or altered with the cards in that second bag?
No, not since I processed.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 90 and contents into evidence. No objection, Judge.
State's 90 would be admitted.
So, taking out of everything that has been processed with that fingerprint treatment, was it just these two individual items here?
There were other items that were processed, but in this packaging, just these two items.
Okay. And were any fingerprints gained through that process for these items?
Yes.
Okay. Could you kind of point out to me where they are?
So it's going to be one here, this Wells Fargo.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish on the Elmo?
Yes.
Back as well. So showing you first this item that was taken out of State's 90, it appears to be, well, what do you think? How would you describe it? What is it?
The fingerprint?
No, just the item itself.
Oh, a bank envelope.
Okay. And is there a fingerprint that was detected on this banking envelope?
There was what appeared to be a partial print, possibly a fingerprint near the Wells Fargo stamp in the corner.
Okay. There should be a laser pointer up by you. Could you use that to indicate where on the banking envelope that fingerprint is? Go ahead, zoom in on that area. But for the record, she indicated to the upper right corner of the banking envelope near the Wells Fargo logo. And just zoom in, move it over. Kind of get a better look at that fingerprint. Was that sent anywhere?
Yes, it was sent to Galveston Police Department.
And what came with that, the investigation of that?
It was submitted to APHIS with no results.
APHIS didn't have any results?
No.
Showing you the second item that you identified out of State's 90. Here. Does there appear to be a fingerprint on this item?
There was one near this area. Not sure if it's visible.
And for the record, she's indicating towards the top of this sort of loose piece of paper. I'll zoom in so you can get a better look. Is that what you're referring to?
to 8th and 6th level.
Did anything come out of that?
No.
For the record, resuming the video, AMC 0130 at the 19-second mark. So, Investigative Shaviers, these are the items that we had just discussed. From
Yes.
690. In fact, we even see the Wells Fargo logo on the banking envelope
Yes.
on this check. And what are we zooming in on here at this point in the video?
Like to the money.
As we kind of go over the couch, if you can explain to the jury when it comes into view what we see here.
Appears to be a rifle.
And does there also appear to be a baggie underneath that rifle?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
I believe it was marijuana.
As we kind of zoom into behind the side of the couch here, do we see another dollar bill, $20 bill?
Yes.
Is that piece of paper, is that from the house, or is that something that the sheriff's office brought?
I believe that's the search warrant.
So as we move to the back part of the living room, what room are we entering into through this doorway?
The dining room.
And from this angle specifically, we kind of see two doorways. For the record, the video ended for AMC 0130. We will now move on to AMC 0131. You see those two bedrooms there on either side of the cabinet?
Yes. kitchen.
On the counter to the right, I know we're panning away from it, but did there appear to be any sort of food, restaurant food containers?
There appeared to be a Taco Bell package.
And we see it coming back into frame here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then as we pan around, it kind of gives you that that other angle of the kitchen where you can see the dishwasher, the sink, and everything else. Mm-hmm. Was there anything of investigative note discovered in the kitchen that you're aware
Not
of?
to my knowledge.
Now we see this curtain here. What is that curtain? What's the purpose of that curtain?
That curtain is going to divide the kitchen from what appeared to be a storage room or laundry room.
And here we're getting that first look into that storage room.
Yes.
And as we go into this storage room, sort of in the upper right corner, we can see that, as it pans away. Well, okay. For the record, AMC 0131 has ended, so we will begin AMC 0132. We pan back, we see that sort of diamond there. What is that?
That's an exterior door. It's the door that led to the exterior of the residence.
Okay. And does there appear to be anything blocking that door?
Yes.
What is that?
It looks like a dryer.
Okay. And can you use the laser pointer just to make sure the jury is aware of what we're looking at? And does there appear to be like other, just I guess, clutter also
Yes.
there as well? Did that position of that dryer appear to be where it normally would be in the house?
The dryer appears to be pushed out to me. It isn't flush with the wall.
As we come back in, we see that, so the window being broken to that door.
Yes.
Are you aware of how that door, that window in the door was broken?
I am not.
And so from here, where do you go during the recording process?
I believe after the storage room, I go to a hallway located on the south side of the residence.
And so as we progress back through the kitchen, we see that doorway that leads back to the living room.
Yes.
And through this doorway here, to the left, we see a door going to a room of some kind. Is that fair?
Yes.
We also see evidence marker number 5. What is that we're looking at?
Medicine.
We get a pretty good look at the side view there. Does that magazine appear to be full with bullets, or is there room for more?
There appears to be room for more.
As for the record, AMC 0132 has ended. We will begin AMC 0133. Investigator Chambers, how would you describe this room?
Looks to be like there's several items strewn about the room. Appears to be in disarray.
We saw you zoom in a little bit on that bed there. What was the purpose of that?
I was zooming in on the paperwork that was on the bed.
And here, as we pan over to the desk, does there also appear to be some more Taco Bell packaging?
Yes.
And what are specifically at the bottom of the screen? Here we see a shot of the desk. What are we seeing here that's of importance?
There are pill bottles and then water bottles that appear to have a yellow fluid in them.
And so here, I have a laser pointer myself here. At the center of the screen, is that one of those same bottles?
Yes.
And then over here in this corner, are those more of those same bottles with the orangish yellowish liquid?
I don't know if it's the same liquid, but it appears to be bottles with the same color liquid.
And there appear to be blankets and pillows and things underneath the desk?
Yes.
AMC 133 has concluded, so we will begin AMC 0134.
Can you see the attorneys in their calls?
For the record, Judge, we'll skip ahead to AMC 0138.
Okay.
Now, Investigator Chambers, as you document the house, do you end up going into Tammy King's bedroom?
Yes.
And is Tammy King's body still in the bedroom when you document it?
Yes.
Is that captured in these videos?
Yes.
Skipping ahead to the 3-minute and 16-second mark. And so in those other videos, Investigator, was that sort of just we saw more of the bedroom, the hallway, and some more storage areas?
Yes. There was another room with storage in the bathroom, I believe.
Was there anything of importance in those other rooms that we skipped over?
No.
And before we go into the bedroom, we look into one more closet. Was there anything of note in this closet? Using the laser pointer, can you kind of direct us to where the bed is in here? And so we see sort of this pile of clothing. Where is Miss King in this room?
The decedent is under the sheets located on the bed.
And do you all ultimately remove those sheets as part of this?
Yes.
What happens with those sheets? Can you explain that to the jury?
They are submitted as evidence.
And when collecting the sheets, is there a special way in which you do so to try to retain any evidence that's different than how someone else would fold up a sheet?
Yes, so we fold it into itself inward.
And we're zooming in on evidence marker 6 here. What's that?
A bullet.
Does it appear to have been fired?
No, sir.
And by evidence marker 10, do we see Miss King's hand?
Yes, sir.
And as we sort of pan back behind this pile of clothing, do we see the rear side of her body?
Yes.
For the record, we'll pause the video at the 7-minute and 3-second mark. Investigator Shaviers, do the rest of these videos depict you removing the sheets from the body and therefore exposing the deceased?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that those videos are a little bit more graphic than the ones that we've seen up to this point?
Yes.
In regards to the fingerprint processing and the videoing of the scene, did you do anything else in this case?
I did, yes.
What was that?
I collected buckle swabs
From who?
from Uriah Urick and Tammy King.
And do you recognize Uriah Urick today?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by pointing to him and stating an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue and white striped shirt.
Now, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And do you recall what date you obtained the buccal swab from Mr. Urick?
May I reference my notes?
Absolutely.
Friday, February 13, 2025.
And what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is going to be a sample of epithelial cells or skin and saliva located inside of the mouth and the cheek, the interior of the cheek.
Can you just sort of guide us through the process and how one obtains a buccal swab?
Yes, so I received a search warrant from Investigator Hudson, and we came over to the jail in which I collected the buccal swab sample.
And like physically, you said you take a swab?
Yes.
How exactly do you like physically swab people for a buccal swab?
So I took 2 sterile cotton-tipped applicators, and then I swabbed the interior of the cheek to collect those cells and then the saliva as well. I placed it back into its original packaging and then into a 6x9 envelope. And then I had Uriah place his right thumbprint on the outside of the packaging, and then it was sealed and submitted as evidence.
And do you know where it was sent to after it was submitted?
I believe it was sent to DPS.
To be used in their analysis, whatever those are.
Correct.
After the buccal swabs, have you had any more tasks in this investigation?
I have not.
That's the witness, Judge.
Mr. Agnew?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, who's sitting here to my right. And looking at the videotape and the pictures and all of that, I mean, that house was in total state of disarray, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it appear to you that that was the normal living conditions of that house?
I'm uncertain what the normal living condition was of the house.
And I think where I'm coming with this is, I mean, is it your contention, or do you think that as part of everything that happened, the house got to be cluttered and strewn everywhere? Or do you think that that was more of a normal way that that house was kept?
I believe it probably depends on the room, but the house did seem in disarray to me.
Okay. And that's my impression as well, is that the house was in complete disarray on a normal basis. That's how it appears to me. Would you agree with that or not?
I believe some rooms, maybe possibly others,
Okay.
but I can't say for certain.
For instance, there was that rifle that was behind one of the couches with a bag of marijuana on the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that those got there because of what happened, or those were already there?
Call it speculation, Your Honor. Suspended.
But would you agree with me or not that a rifle behind a couch is not where most people would want to keep their rifles?
I don't know where people keep their rifles.
As far as gun safety goes, is it advisable to have a rifle behind a couch?
For safety reasons, I would say that that is not a good spot to keep it.
Correct. And, I don't know that anyone knows exactly how much foot traffic went through there, but that's not a very good practice, is it?
It's not a practice that I would use.
Okay. And there's been some testimony that there was a gun safe, and the guns were always in the safe. It doesn't really appear that that would be true based on the way everything appeared to me.
What is the question?
There's been testimony that there was a gun safe where all the guns were securely stored away from everybody. That doesn't appear to be the case to me based on what video you just showed us.
They could have been moved.
Okay. But then there were also the two guns that were on the couch, correct?
Correct.
And those were actually placed there, you say, by other officers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was either one of those two guns alleged to have been the gun that was used in this incident?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Were there other guns besides those three guns that were found in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And they were none of those guns were secured, correct?
At the time, no.
Okay. Do you know how many guns were found in the house?
I do not.
There was a lot, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there were a lot of bullets found throughout the house, correct?
Yes.
And a lot of magazines were found throughout the house, correct?
Correct.
And there were a lot of pills that were found in the house, correct?
There were some pills, yes.
And there was a lot of marijuana found in the house, correct?
There was marijuana found in the house.
There were credit cards found in the house, right?
Correct.
There was cash found in the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were a lot of things that seemed to be sort of haphazardly placed inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So, why would someone leave credit cards on the ground?
Object to speculation, Judge.
Sustained.
Do you find that to be normal course of action? There would be credit cards just staying on the ground.
No.
Okay. Cash be on the ground. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. There was a safe that was in the house, correct?
Yes.
And was it wide open when y'all got there?
Yes.
Okay. And it had not been resecured after, before y'all got there, no one had secured it until after the fact, right? And got everything out.
Correct.
Okay. Do y'all know what was in those safes or not?
I don't believe there were any items collected from the safe. As far as what was in the safe, I don't recall.
So there's no way of knowing what was in the safe before anything happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So they may have all been, the safe could have been empty for all we know, before whatever happened.
It could have.
Good. And the house was probably not in the best condition before whatever happened.
Object to speculation, Judge.
Sustained.
as far as the pills that were found, you probably don't know this, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Do you know if they were pills that were given under a prescription or if they were just pills that were there?
I don't know.
Okay. But there were a lot of them, correct?
There were several pills on the ground, yes.
Pass the witness. Come further.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state called Detective Ashton Scott.
Bless you. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Ashton Scott. The spelling is Ashton, and the last name is Scott.
And Detective Scott, how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to the Major Crimes Division, specifically the Criminal Investigation Unit.
And I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone to you a little bit closer just to make sure that we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
And it's adjustable, however you want to make it.
Don't want to breathe at y'all.
So, in order to become a detective in the Criminal Investigation Division, do you have to be a peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it you become a peace officer?
I completed a basic peace officer academy in 2012 through College of the Mainland, which certified me through the state through TCOL.
And when you say through TCOL, is that a licensure you must obtain?
Yes, ma'am. It's the Texas Commission of Law Enforcement.
And so you said in 2012, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that fair to say you've been in peace officer for about 13 years?
Most of 13 years. I worked for the private side as a corporate fraud investigator for a couple of years.
Okay. Let's go through kind of your training and experience a little bit. What was the first job you had after obtaining your basic peace officer license?
I was hired on with the Galveston Police Department in 2013, and I worked for them from 2013 through 2023.
And what roles did you have at the Galveston Police Department?
I was a patrol officer, I was a field training officer, I was a detective with the crime scene unit, and then I was a sergeant.
So I'm going to go through a couple of those. So when you say patrol, is that what we think of as the normal officers who are out and about on the street?
Yes, ma'am. Patrol is your first level of response to if you need any type of police assistance, anything from a noise complaint to a homicide or robbery.
And then the next thing you said was an FTO. What is that?
A field training officer is the officer that trains the new hires to be patrol officers.
So is it fair to say you help train the rookies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the next thing that you stated was you were a detective on the crime scene unit. What does that mean?
The crime scene unit is forensic evidence. We deal in forensic evidence, so fingerprints, blood spatter, photography.
And we've heard from Investigators Crow and Investigator Chavers from the Sheriff's Office. Would that be the equivalent role of what you were at GPD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last thing you stated was you were a sergeant. What was that role?
I was a patrol supervisor. There were approximately, it fluctuated, but there were approximately 15 officers on my shift, and I was their supervisor. I was over scheduling and making decisions on major scenes.
And how long were you in that supervisory role?
3 years.
After that 3 years, did you remain at GPD or did you go somewhere else?
I left. I went to the private sector. I was a corporate fraud investigator for financial crimes and internal fraud.
What does a fraud investigator mean? What did you do?
You investigate if there is fraud anywhere from forged documents, forged signatures, money laundering, theft from the company, anything that would fall under that.
And is that fraud investigation, does that ever correspond with something that law enforcement does?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And can you give me an example of that? Why would law enforcement be involved in some fraud investigations?
Perjury, for example, if you have a forged signature, especially if there's a theft of funds with that. So fraud is identity theft, it's the theft of money, and that is very much a law enforcement concern.
And through your experience in the private sector and the law enforcement community, have you had few or many opportunities to go through financial crimes, bank statements, credit card returns, that sort of thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And in general, if you're wanting to look through somebody's bank account or statements, how do you go about that as an investigator?
I issue a subpoena to the company requesting the information for that investigation. It could be anything from user information as far as names on the account to where the money has been transferred from and to.
And are there any other sort of extra trainings or certifications that you've obtained in your time over the last 13 plus years of law enforcement?
I'm a member of ACFE, which is the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I'm an advanced peace officer. I hold that level of certification.
And how long was it that you were in the private sector?
Approximately a year and a half.
After the private sector, what did you do?
I came to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And have you held many or just one role at the Sheriff's Office?
One role.
So in the Major Crimes Criminal Investigation Division, what is your role at the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a detective for our Major Crimes Unit. So I investigate anything from sexual assault of a child, homicide, robberies, and financial crimes. I do still investigate fraud.
And does your background as a fraud examiner help you in investigating some of those fraud type crimes?
Yes, ma'am. I think the more experience you have with anything, you know what to look for.
I want to bring your attention to February 7th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing on that date?
It was a Friday, and I was working.
At any point, did you get called to a scene?
I learned of a major investigation where the victim's financial accounts had potentially been compromised. I was tasked with subpoenaing some of those financial institutions and companies for information as far as the transactions on those accounts.
And what companies did you subpoena?
The initial one that I was tasked with subpoenaing was Chase Bank. I issued a subpoena to them with the victim's information, and they came back and told me that they had no accounts for the victim. Her name was Tammy King. After I issued a subpoena to Chase, I issued another one to Block Inc., which is the corporate name for Cash App.
And for those of us who may not know, what is Cash App?
Cash App is a peer-to-peer money transfer service. So they facilitate the transfer of money from one person's bank account or credit card to another person's. They're the middleman.
And can you also leave money in your Cash App, or do they maintain in bank accounts?
You can leave money in it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you reached out to Block Inc., and what accounts did you do a subpoena for?
Miss Tammy King.
Okay. And did that come back with anything?
Yes, ma'am. I issued a subpoena to Block Inc. They, on the same day, returned the information. The return had Ms. King's information, her identifiers, and it had accounts that had been linked to her Cash App account. And also it had a list of transfers of money coming into her account and money leaving her account.
Okay. And before we kind of get into what that Cash App gave back to you, were there any other subpoenas that you sent out?
Initially the Chase Bank, then the Cash App, and then a Wells Fargo account.
And did you receive back any information from Wells Fargo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that also in relation to Ms. King?
Do you mind if I open it?
Absolutely. Feel free to refresh your memory, and then once you feel refreshed, look up at me.
The Wells Fargo account was for Ms. King. She did have a bank account with them. And on her Cash App return, there was another bank account for Chase Bank. Since I'd already talked to Chase Bank and they told me they did not have an account for Ms. King, I knew that was likely not hers. So I issued another subpoena to Chase Bank requesting the information of who that account belonged to.
And did you ultimately get information back from Chase Bank about that account number?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you learn who that account belonged to?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
Uriah Urick.
And after you obtained that subpoena return from Chase Bank, did you send off any extra subpoenas?
After I received the one from Chase Bank, I sent an additional subpoena to Cash App for a username that Ms. King had transferred money to that wasn't in the rest of the history. I believe the username on that was Ratstar.
Okay. And did you learn who that belonged to?
Yes, ma'am. His name was Jaden. I believe he was Jaden Andrews.
Would the last name Landry sound right?
Yes. Landry.
So for a Jaden Landry.
Jaden Landry.
After that, did you send off any other Cash App subpoenas?
I did. I sent another one for an account that was labeled belonging to Tara King.
And did that come back with any return information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after that, did you send off any other subpoenas?
I sent off one to AT&T for Tammy King's phone records.
And when you get these return backs, do the companies also send you what's called a business records affidavit?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And what does that mean?
That is the company certifying that an employee of their company prepared those records and that they came directly from the company.
And when they send you back information, do they send you a little bit or a lot, or does it just depend?
It depends.
Your Honor, the state's going to move to omit states 94, which is the AT&T, to Cash App, Wells Fargo, and Chase Bank returns with the accompanying ERAs.
Any objection?
No.
States 94 will be removed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Yes.
All right, Detective Scott, I want to start with the Cash App return for Tammy King. When we open this folder, can you explain to the jury what is it that we look at?
This folder is the information that Cash App provided in response to the subpoena I sent them from Ms. Tammy King's account.
And is this bottom part the Excel spreadsheet where the data actually is?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are the other documents?
The other documents are the custodian of records, which is what we previously discussed, the business records affidavit, where the company is certifying that they did provide these documents. One of them, the Cash App guide, is how to read the information that they're sending back. Sometimes it can look kind of jumbled, and they provide a user guide for that.
And then what's the very top one?
The cover sheet is their opening, their letter to the department.
So is it fair to say that the bottom document is the one that has the information you were seeking?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if we're looking at this Excel document, can you tell us kind of what we're looking at in the top section?
The top section is Ms. King's personal information that identifies her and confirms that this is her account, such as her date of birth and social.
And to your knowledge, does this identifier of the date of birth, social, and name, does this match the victim in this case?
To my knowledge, yes.
Now I want to move down to this next section to the address history. What are we looking at here?
4723 15th Street is Ms. King's address. It is the one I was called to on February 7th.
So the same street that you responded to is the same street that this account is activated with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is the display name talking to us about?
The display name is what appears to the public. If you or I were to request money or transfer it to Ms. King, that's what would show up on our screen on our side.
And with Cash App, is your username the display name, or is there also like a handle like you would see with Instagram?
There is a user ID, which is what the public sees. That's the name displayed to the public. Cash App also has something called an account token. It's what the company uses to identify an account. For example, there may be many Tammy Kings out there, and they could all have their name on the account, that display name. However, the account token is specific to that account, and that's what the company uses to identify that.
And can you tell when the this account was created by Ms. King?
It looks like it was created November 29th of 2020 is when data first started being entered to her account and saved.
And as far as that customer token or anything like that, when's the last time that there was any data on that portion of the account?
I'm sorry, say again.
I'm sorry, I asked that poorly. What was the last date of any changes on the alias history portion of the account?
That was August 25th of 2024.
I want to move down to this payment source history. What is it that we are looking at in this payment source?
These are financial accounts that have been linked to Ms. King's Cash App.
And if someone doesn't have Cash App and we're talking about a payment source being linked, what does that mean?
It means that that account is now tied to the Cash App account in a manner that funds can be transferred in and out of that financial account to that Cash App account.
Okay. And we see the first 3 lines on this payment source history all come from a Wells Fargo. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those cards successfully linked?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to identify or confirm who those Wells Fargo accounts belong to?
They belong to Tammy King.
Okay. What do we see after those initial 3 Wells Fargo accounts?
After those accounts, the next lines, the 2 of them say JP Morgan Chase Bank. Those are actually right there ending in 4600. Those are debit cards.
Okay.
And if you look to the side of where it says bank, it'll say debit.
And what does that tell you? What's the difference between it saying debit versus those initial 3?
It's the bank. The first 3 are a bank account. The next 2 through JP Morgan Chase are debit cards. They're identified debit cards.
So one is coming from the actual card, the other was linking to an account. Is that correct? Okay. And what was the linking result for those 2 debit card?
It didn't work. If you look, it says error, suspected fraud.
Now, through your time as a fraud examiner, how do places such as Cash App alert or say that something is suspected fraud?
I don't work for that company, so I can't testify to exactly what their methods are, but it is fairly common for there to be automated things in place, such as if names don't match on accounts, that they'll flag it and they won't link immediately.
So, for example, if Tammy King's account was adding a card with somebody else's name, it may flag it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, those 2 debit card numbers, is that the same number tried twice, or what are we looking at?
I believe it's the same number tried twice. If you highlight those 2 and scroll to the right, it'll actually show dates and times of the attempt. So right there, it appears that it was tried twice. Right there under created at, those are the dates and the times, and since there are 2 different times, it was tried twice.
Okay. And are you familiar with what UTC time is?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Coordinated Universal Time. It is the worldwide standard that all of our time zones are based off of.
And is UTC time and Central Time the same time?
No, not at all.
Do you know how many hours different UTC time is from Central Standard Time?
It's actually tricky. It changes depending on daylight savings time. I think we are currently at a 6-hour difference, that we are, I believe, 6 hours behind UTC time, but depending on daylight savings time, it could be different.
So is it fair to say that in the period we're in now, it's -6, but in the other part of daylight savings, it's something like -5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if during this period of time it'd be -6, are you able to tell us what time these transactions were?
If those transactions are clocked on UTC time at February 6th at 12:14 a.m., then they likely, our time occurred February 5th at 6:14 p.m.
So 6 hours previously, it would have been on the evening of February 5th at 6:15, correct?
6:14.
6:14, I apologize. And so that's on both of those, where they tried it roughly at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said both of these ultimately were unsuccessful, correct?
Correct.
Now, here is this next section. What do we see?
That is another attempt at linking a financial account to Ms. King's Cash App.
And was this one successful or unsuccessful?
Yes, ma'am, it was successful.
And can you tell us at what date and time this one was?
UTC time, February 6th at approximately 12:11 a.m. So in our central time, February 5th at about 6:11 p.m.
And I know earlier when we were talking about days, you arrived to the scene on Friday, February 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what day would February 5th have been?
Wednesday?
So these transactions are occurring at about 6 p.m. on Wednesday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I keep making you do math. Okay. All right. Now we get down here. What does this line 64 mean?
Attempted peer-to-peer payments.
And are these payments, do they go in most recent to oldest or oldest to most recent?
It looks like they are going most recent to older.
And now when you issue Cash App subpoenas, are you getting the entirety of somebody's Cash App history, or does sometimes you only get portions?
I can't testify to that. Whenever I asked for February. So I believe the company gave me everything they had for February.
Okay, so it's possible that there could have been other months of transactions, but we specifically subpoenaed February.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to start from the oldest, if that's okay. What date was the first February transaction?
February 1st.
And what do we see happening here? Go explain to us what one of these lines would show.
Okay. So it has the date. I'm hitting the screen. It has the date and time that the transaction occurred, and it says paid out, which means that money went from Ms. King's Cash App account to somebody else's account. And then the next column is how much money she sent them.
Okay. After how much, what do we get to?
We have a note that can be placed on the transaction. This one says Taco Bell, so whatever reason that she sent that money for, she noted Taco Bell.
Okay. And then we move forward. What are these next lines?
That is Ms. King's name, and then those are account tokens, and then cash balance. I would need to see the top of the column.
Okay. That.
So the center subject, that means that that CFQ number is Ms. King.
Okay. And what do we see in column H?
Request.
Okay. And what does request mean?
That she's requesting to send the money. Or that somebody's requesting to get that money.
Okay. And so for things like Cash App, what does it mean for someone to request? How does that work?
It means you can say, I, Ashton Scott, need money, you owe me money. It's almost like me sending you a bill. So I can send you a request through the app and say, will you give me this money?
And who was it that requested the Taco Bell money from Tammy King?
Tara King.
And is the rest of the columns just some further data that it gives?
Yes, ma'am, the IP address.
I want to move forward a little bit. Just to the next line. What are the next two transactions for and for what amount?
The next two transactions, one is for $20 for phone case for new phone, please. I'm guessing that's a typo. Release. And then the one after that is for $29. $29 for case is the same one I have now, but right size.
And were these also requests?
Yes, ma'am.
And who requested those two items?
Tara King.
And ultimately, were these requests made? Were they paid out?
Yes, they were. If you stop right there under column B, it says paid out.
So the three requests sent in early February from Tara to Tammy were all completed. Tammy sent her the money.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to skip ahead a little to line 75 where we see the date February 5th. And is there a transaction? What transaction is happening here? What do we know about it?
On line 75, February 5th at approximately 12:32 a.m., which in our time would actually be February 4th at about 6:32 p.m., there is a payout from Tammy King's account in the amount of $55.
And we see that this says paying versus request.
Correct.
What's the difference here?
Tammy initiated that.
Okay. And who did she send that $55 to?
Tara King.
Okay. And so are all of the transactions in February up to this point, which would really be February 4th, were they all to Tara King?
Yes, ma'am.
And was all the money sent?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to go directly above that. What time would this transaction on line 74 have been?
February 5th at approximately 4:50 p.m. UTC time. Math. So February 5th minus, we said 6, so approximately 10:50 a.m. There is a transaction for $350.
And what is this part we see in section B?
Expired, waiting on sender.
So was this transaction completed?
No, it expired. It didn't go through.
And whose account did this transaction come from?
Miss Tammy King.
And who was it to?
Somebody with the username Ratstar.
Is that who we spoke about earlier? You said his name was Jaden Landry?
Yes, ma'am. Jaden Andrew Landry.
And then after that, what's this next transaction?
The next transaction, February 5th, is for $1,000, and it says amount exceeded, recipient monthly receive limit.
Okay, and who would the recipient be in this transaction? Would it be Tammy's phone or whoever she's sending it to?
Whoever she's sending it to.
Okay, so this says this amount exceeds the recipient's receive limits, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who, was this a pay or a request?
This was a request. Somebody requested that money from Tammy.
And who was it that requested that money from Tammy?
Tara King.
And this would have been at about 2 p.m. on February 5th, is that correct?
Minus 6. Yes, ma'am.
Right after that, what's the next transaction that we see?
Another one, also on February 5th at approximately 6:05 p.m. our time. There is a payout.
Is it 6:05 our time or about 2 p.m. our time?
I'm sorry, about 2 p.m. our time. You're right.
Sorry, I keep making you do math. I apologize.
That's okay.
So this is a transaction that was successful.
Yes, ma'am.
And same questions. Was this a pay or a request?
This was a request from someone else to Ms. King.
And who was that someone else?
Tara King.
And as we kind of keep going up, I'll stay here. Who are the next 6 transactions from?
They're all to Tara King.
And are they requests?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they all within the same kind of few minutes at around 2 o'clock on the 5th?
Yes, 05, 06, 06, 07. Yes, ma'am.
So does it seem like these are happening in pretty rapid succession?
Yes.
And what is happening with, what do you notice about kind of columns B and C? What's happening?
Some of them are paid out, some of them are not. And they are for varying amounts, 300, 200, 200, 150, 10, 20. So, like I said, some of them, the money did leave Ms. King's account and was received by Tara King, and then some of them are showing amount exceeded.
So at around 2 p.m. on February 5th, which is Wednesday, money is being taken from Tammy King's account and being put into Tara King's account. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, does Cash App tell you who exactly is sending or requesting, or does it just tell you what accounts are doing it?
It tells you what accounts are doing it.
Okay. So it doesn't tell you that, say it's mine, it doesn't say that Ms. Willis is sitting here sending the money. It just says Ms. Willis's account is sending the money. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what is, and so those last kind of 6, is this when the Cash App payments stop as far as what you got on the return?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we go to this next section. What is different from what we saw earlier with these P2P payments versus transfers?
The transfers are money coming into Tammy King's Cash App account, leaving her bank account and going into her Cash App account.
Okay. Is it also the same as when you're transferring it from your Cash App account back to your bank account?
Yes.
Now, I'll skip this bottom line 103, but let's start with 102, okay?
Okay.
What are we looking at here? What date and time was this?
This was February 5th, 2025, 12:32 a.m. So in our time,
Would be about 6 p.m. on the 4th?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this correspond with that same Tuesday night $50 transfer to Tara King that we saw?
It's around the same time.
Now we move to this next one in 101. What time would that be at?
2:49 p.m. So, around 8:49 a.m. I'm sorry, 10:49 a.m.
Okay. And does that kind of correspond with where earlier we saw things starting to happen about 10:50 a.m.? Is that about the same time?
Around the same time.
Okay. And what is happening here? Are these transfers successful?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see, are they coming from the Cash App balance or are they coming from Ms. King's bank account?
They're coming from Ms. King's Wells Fargo account.
And then we can see they're going, where is it going?
It is money coming from Ms. King's bank account and going into her Cash App account. Cash App can hold funds. It doesn't just transfer from one to the other. It can hold them as well.
Okay, so at this point, money is coming from Tammy King's Wells Fargo account and being held inside of Cash App account. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And what amounts are being transferred from Ms. King's bank account into her Cash App account?
Various amounts. There looks like a cluster, each of them for $200. It looks like there is a failed attempt at $20,000 and another failed attempt at $5,000. And then there are some more successful attempts. You're scrolling.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So we have these two failed, correct?
Correct.
And then we move on, you said they become successful again.
Yes.
Okay.
Lower amounts.
And on these lower amounts, can you tell us about what date and time these are happening?
Do you want UTC or do you want our time?
Whichever one is easier for you.
Okay. So the complete for the 500 and the 600 is in our time, February 5th at approximately, that one is at 6:12 p.m.
So in the evening of February 5th is when these 500s are being moved from Ms. King's bank account to her Cash App.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we see another one that ends up being failed, correct?
Correct.
What was the amount of that one?
$2,500.
And going up from there, what starts happening?
Going up from there, there is one more completed transaction for $1,000. And then there is instant waiting on link card hurdle resolution. And I do not know what that means off the top of my head about the guide.
No problem. But clearly something different is occurring than our completions or fails, correct?
Correct.
And what are the amounts there?
$3,553.85.
So at this point, is it fair to say a substantial amount of money has moved from Ms. King's bank account to her Cash App?
Correct.
And as we go down, are these just kind of more information about where, what accounts and what phones are utilizing this account?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what phone is linked to Ms. King's account?
It looks like the Moto G Stylus 5G. There's two of them. One says 2022, one says 2024.
Is the 2024 the most recent one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the second page here, is this just more data that comes from Cash App?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
If you go back up, I would like to show you something here, to where the $3,553 was. If you go over how those two are different, those top two, go over some more. And some more. Right there under column F, it says cash out. So cash in is money coming into Ms. King's Cash App account from her bank account. And cash out is someone attempting to transfer money out of her Cash App account.
Okay, so this is the money that is in Ms. King's Cash App account is now being attempted to go elsewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those, it looks like something held them up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also did a Cash App for Tara King. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
The name on the data for Ms. King's Cash App account, there was a user token, Cash App token. That's the jumble of letters that don't specify a specific name. So I did a subpoena to Cash App for that to see the user information, who that belonged to.
And do these 4 documents correspond to the same 4 documents we talked about with Ms. King's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So here, what address do we have on this account?
4723 15th Street.
And what is this user's display name?
Tara King.
And when was Tara King's Cash App created?
It looks like March 13th of 2024.
And here we have something where it says issued instruments. What is kind of the difference between a virtual card and a physical card as far as Cash App is concerned?
A physical card is like our debit card. It's something you can actually swipe at a point of sale, point in a store to buy something.
And so is that something that Cash App and these other P2P companies will issue a physical card?
Yes, ma'am. Like a debit card.
Now, we see here that Tara King also has this same section of attempted P2P payments, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to go to these same dates we were looking at in that February 4th to February 7th range. Does this line item 67 seem to correspond with what you could see on Tammy King's account?
It's around the same time, that few days of clustering.
And in fact, does it seem like the majority of Tara's transactions are with Tammy?
It does.
So moving forward, what is this next line 66 telling us?
Bless you. Line 66 is for a transaction on February 5th at approximately, I believe that is in our time, about 2:05 p.m.
And am I correct in saying that when we were looking at Miss King's, there was a lot happening around this same 2:05 mark?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so does that correspond with what we see here on Tammy's?
Yes.
Or on Tara's, I apologize.
Yeah, Tara's account, but Tammy's, their accounts are communicating with each other.
So is it fair to say that the 2 accounts that you Cash Apped are the ones that are sending and receiving money between each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So with Wells Fargo, is this how they send you their documents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for the most part, are they the same style of documents that Cash App sends? Is that pretty common for financial institutions' returns?
It's similar. They'll do a custodian of records or a business records affidavit certifying that the company is releasing those to us.
Okay. And what sort of information does Wells Fargo give you?
Wells Fargo gives me the name and address on accounts. It's whatever I ask for, but they give the name and address, and then they give the transactions.
And when you subpoenaed Ms. King's Wells Fargo account, you said that that account matches the one that's linked to Ms. King's Cash App, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to also see that through her Wells Fargo returns?
I believe there were some transactions.
Now we also have this JP Morgan Chase, correct?
Yes.
And earlier you were explaining to us how you subpoenaed this information. Will you remind us where you got the number to subpoena for JP Morgan Chase?
The JP Morgan Chase account showed up on Tammy King's account as one that was being attempted to link to her Cash App account. For the debit card, it actually said JP Morgan Chase Bank. For the bank account, it didn't say the bank name, but it did have a routing number. Bank account and routing number, pretty standard whenever you're making transfers. I searched the routing number and discovered that the routing number also belonged to Chase Bank.
And so when you subpoenaed those numbers through Chase Bank, whose information did they give you as a return? Who did it belong to?
Uriah Urick.
And under Uriah's name, does it also give, I apologize, further information about him?
Yes, ma'am. It gives the address on file, the email address on file, the social security number, and the date of birth for the account holder.
And specifically, can you tell us what Uriah's email is?
Percy, can you zoom in? I'm sorry. Oh, I have it here too. I'm sorry. And where's he at? percyfrogpog@gmail.com.
And does this also give you, does this give you the debit card number and the account number that you were looking for?
It does. It gives me the debit card number ending in 4600, which was the one on Ms. King's Cash App.
Okay. And so you said that does match Ms. King's Cash App attempt?
Yes, ma'am.
So once you obtained all of these records, do you go through them?
Yes, most of them.
And is that the majority of what you looked at, these transactions that were going back and forth out of Ms. King's account?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And through your training experience as a fraud examiner, was there anything that stood out to you or was of concern about what was happening?
That I did go to the original scene.
Okay.
I did see Ms. King. She was deceased, and it looked like she had been that way. It was not fresh. So whenever I received the Cash App returns and saw the dates of the transactions and the attempts at linking accounts to that Cash App account, it seemed like it had occurred around the same time that Ms. King died.
So why, through your experience, would that be concerning to you? I know it may sound like a silly question, but what about that raises alarms as an investigator?
That around the time she died, somebody was trying to take her money.
And was whoever that was actually successful in taking some of her money?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than going through all of these subpoenas and issuing them, was there anything further that you had involvement with in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Other than the financial institutions, as I said, I also issued a subpoena to AT&T for Ms. King's phone records. It was requested that I do that.
Okay. And was there anything of any large note in those phone records?
I did not go through those phone records.
Okay. But you did subpoena them, and they were as part of this exhibit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you do anything else other than that?
I went to the scene.
Anything else as far as something you were tasked with, or did that complete your part of the investigation?
That completed my part.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Atkins?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, the city here on my right. The records you requested from all the financial institutions were just from February of 2025, is that correct?
As far as my memory serves, yes.
So you didn't have like any other history to know what kinds of transactions had happened, let's say January or December, or the months preceding February of 2025, correct?
Correct.
So there's no kind of reference point to know how much money would have gone to Tara from Tammy before that time?
Correct.
And presumably, I mean, that's essentially her mother, even though she's not biologically her mother. That was who was raising her. That's a pretty popular way for parents to send money to kids nowadays, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Happens a lot. Okay. And I mean, and I know that's different than what we all did when we were growing up, but I mean, that's a pretty common way to transfer money now. You know, it's Cash App, PayPal, things like that, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So we don't have any history to compare kind of how much transactions may have happened before February as opposed to what happened just in the first 5 or 6 days of February, correct?
Correct. We do not have a reference point of what their norm was in their transfers.
Okay. And as far as you said you got the AT&T phone records?
Yes.
But you didn't analyze them or look at them or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that done by somebody else?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Vice Witness.
Just briefly, Judge, the man republished States 94.
Yes.
All right, Detective Scott, I've reopened the Cash App return for Tara King, okay? Now, what Mr. Agnew was just asking you was, on Tammy's account, we didn't have any reference points other than February, correct?
Correct.
Now, on Tara's account, do we in fact have attempted payments back into January?
They did give me those.
Okay.
I requested in the subpoena the information for the Cash App to learn the user information, and they gave me a lot more.
So, while we didn't have the information from Tammy's side, we do have some information from Tara's side, correct?
Yes, ma'am. There are transactions.
Okay. And these transactions that are occurring in January, do these look like they are, for the most part, successful?
Yes, it says paid.
And the amounts, are they smaller or larger amounts?
They are under $100.
And in comparison to those transfers we see at the later dates in February that we have, the 5th and 6th, how do these amounts compare to the amounts being transferred or attempted transferred on the 5th and 6th?
Every one of the transfers on the screen currently is for under $100. And in the ones that you and I reviewed a few minutes ago, they were all for over $100, $200, $300, $500, $1,000.
So is it fair to say that there is a difference in the transaction history from January to February?
There appears to be, yes.
And are we seeing that these are still between Tara and Tammy?
Correct, they are.
It looks like, are there a couple to some other people?
Yes, there is one to Rat Star. That was also the name on Tammy King's Cash App account. There is also another one to Rat Star, one to Audrey Van Hoy, Nicole, Antonia, Angel.
So in January, Tara had quite a few cash exchanges with multiple people. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And these Rat Star exchanges, these are back in early January. Is that correct? If that's line 89?
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that Tara had exchanges with Jaden Landry prior to what we saw in Ms. King's account?
Yes.
Okay. So Jaden Landry was someone who had previous exchange history with Tara?
Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, would you say there was a noted change on the 5th and 6th of February?
And the amount that was being transferred, yes, there was a difference.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No further questions?
Okay, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Come on, next witness. Oh, quick bathroom break. All right. We'll be right back. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Court stands in recess for about 10 minutes. I think you're free to go.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
How you doing?
Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
I'm Detective Brian Bernard. It's B-R-Y-A-N. Last name's Bernard, B-A-R-N-A-R-D.
And Detective Bernard, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
What is your role at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division in the Major Crimes Unit.
And how long have you been with the Major Crimes Unit?
Since January of this year.
So, roughly 10 to 11 months?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 10 years.
And we've heard some prior testimony about going through the academy and getting a TCOL certification. Have you done all those typical things as well?
I have.
Okay. You said approximately 10 years. What was your first role in law enforcement?
I started with the Santa Fe Police Department in January of 2016.
How long were you with the Santa Fe Police Department?
Almost 4 years.
And what role did you have with them?
I was a patrolman.
And for those of us who may not know, just kind of briefly, what's a patrolman?
So a patrolman is, we're basically in a marked unit and ride around and answer calls for service, conduct traffic stops, and look for crime. Try to be proactive when we're not answering calls.
And after that 4 years with Santa Fe, where did you go next?
I moved to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And what role did you have at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office first?
I started off on patrol here.
How long were you there?
Don't make me lie to you, maybe 2 years, 2.5 years.
What role did you move into after that?
I moved into our narcotics unit.
And what is your narcotics unit? What do you do?
So I was a member of the Organized Crime Task Force, and we primarily focused on gangs, guns, drugs, prostitution, gambling, that sort of thing.
And how long was it that you were in the Organized Crime Task Force in the narcotics unit?
A little over 2 years.
And is that the last unit that you were in prior to moving to Major Crimes?
Correct.
Now, what is the difference between you being on as part of the narcotics unit versus being part of the Major Crimes unit?
So when I was in narcotics, we primarily focused like on the crimes that I mentioned before. Major crimes, we deal with a litany of things. It can be from theft at a store to capital murder.
And does the way that you approach those investigations, are they the same or different on narcotics versus major crimes?
Some ways are the same, some ways are different.
What are some of the ways that they're the same?
Some ways that they're the same, we conduct interviews, just like we would in narcotics. We have access to the same tools that we use in narcotics as far as researching and that type of thing that are law enforcement specific. We conduct surveillance just like we would when we were in narcotics. One of the differences is we don't use CIs or do undercover buys and that sort of thing.
And just so everyone's on the same page, what would a CI be?
Confidential informant.
Okay. And that's something that you would typically use in the narcotics unit, but not in major crimes?
Correct.
Okay. I want to bring your attention to February 6, 2025. What were you doing on that day?
I got a call that there was a suspicious death in Bacliff. I was actually asleep when this all went down.
That was about to be my question. You said you were actually asleep. About what time did this call come in?
Roughly midnight, a little after.
Okay. So would it be after midnight then on the February 7th, that Friday?
Exactly. Can I look around for it?
Absolutely. If you want to refresh and then look up at me once you're refreshed.
Yeah, stand by. I have reports. It would have been a little after midnight on February the 8th. That's what I wrote in the report. I may have missed the date.
No problem. Is it fair to say that you were called the night of a Thursday going into a Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And if we have previous testimony that Thursday is the 6th and Friday is the 7th, does that sound right?
I can't argue with the calendar.
Okay. So you get this call around midnight, and you said there was a suspicious death, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, where was it that you were sent to?
4723 15th Avenue, or 15th Street, Bacliff, Galveston County, Texas.
And what kind of area was 15th Street in Bacliff?
It's a residential neighborhood.
And what, was 4723 a residence?
Yes, ma'am. It sits on the east side of 15th Street.
And when you, are you familiar with the Bacliff area?
Very.
Why very?
I patrolled that area for the time I was on patrol.
So for that, roughly 2 years?
Yes, ma'am. It's a pretty small town. So.
And so you said Bacliff's a pretty small town, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Bacliff part of kind of an area?
The sheriff's office referred to it as the Bay Shore.
And what all is included in the Bay Shore?
Bacliff and San Leon.
And how familiar are you with the Bay Shore as a whole?
I'm very familiar.
And is it for those same reasons for your time on patrol?
Yes, ma'am. And narcotics.
Okay. So is from your time in narcotics, you also got familiar with the Bay Shore, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the Bay Shore somewhere where narcotics is pretty prevalent or not very?
I would say it's pretty prevalent.
Once you arrived at 4723 15th Street, can you tell the jury what it is you could see?
So there were, excuse me, there were patrol cars that were already there. Obviously, they were first on scene. They contacted the on-call detective, who was Detective Hudson, and which is where I got dispatched to head out there. When I got out there, I made contact with Deputy Tausch.
Okay. And when you made contact with Deputy Tausch, what was the first thing that you did?
I got briefed on what he had on the scene, and then I made contact with Detective Hudson, who got there a few minutes after I did.
And what was it that you and Detective Hudson started doing?
We made contact with Terry Utton and conducted an interview with him inside my unit.
And without telling me anything that Mr. Utton said, did you learn his relationship to anyone within the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
That he was the former brother-in-law, now boyfriend of Tammy.
Okay. And did you learn who all lived inside that residence?
Yes, it was Tammy and Tara.
After you made contact with Mr. Utton, what was the next thing that you did?
I cut a search warrant for the residence.
Okay. Why is it that you cut a search warrant?
Because we didn't, at that time, we didn't know where Tara King was, and she still has an expectation of privacy inside her home. And we wanted to search her room as well as the rest of the residents, and since she was not there to give consent, we had to write a search warrant for the entire property.
So is it fair to say you wrote it just as an abundance of caution with there being multiple people who lived in the home?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's been temporarily marked as States 99. Without telling me what it is, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I wrote it.
You wrote it. Has it been changed or altered in any way other than the exhibit stickers added by the state?
No, not to my knowledge. No.
Your Honor, may the state move to admit States 99?
No objection.
States 99 will be admitted.
And Detective Bernard, what is States 99?
That's the search warrant I wrote for the residents.
And can you tell us that address real quick?
4723 15th Street, Bacliff, Galveston County, Texas.
And is that a photo of the residence?
It is.
Now, once you obtained this search warrant, did you execute this search warrant?
Yes.
And for those of us who may not understand, what does executing a search warrant entail?
So executing a search warrant is where it gives law enforcement permission to enter residence and search the residence. Typically there's a process to doing that. Our crime scene guys have to go in and photograph everything before we search the residence. That's typically after everybody's out of the house.
So after crime scene went in and did their initial documentation, do you enter the house?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observe upon entering the house?
So when you walk into the house, you immediately walk into like the living room area. To me, it looked like the place had been burglarized. There were things thrown on the floor. There were guns kind of stacked up against the wall. There were a bunch of cards and papers on the floor. And then I walked into there's like a little dining room area and then a kitchen. I walked into there, and then off to the south of that dining room, there's a bedroom that looked like it belonged to Tara. It's pretty gross.
Why do you think it looked like it belonged to Tara?
It was full of a bunch of like young girl stuff, like dolls and.
And when you say it was gross, what do you mean?
There was old food. There was bottles full of urine. There was just stuff, and it was nasty. I've been in cleaner dope houses.
Okay. And was Tara's room in a different condition than the rest of the house?
To me, it was, yes.
Okay. After going in Tara's room, where did you go next?
Moved to the master bedroom where Tammy was at.
And what did you observe inside the master bedroom?
That room, there was a bunch of clutter. I would call it organized chaos inside there. Tammy was laying kind of across the bed with her head on the west side of the bed. She was covered partially with some sheets and then had a bunch of like sheets and blankets wrapped around her head.
And did the way that the sheets and blankets were, did that seem natural for somebody laying in bed or something else?
No, it was completely opposite of what you would want to be laying in bed with.
Okay. And what else could you observe about Tammy?
She was nude. I could see that she had some lividity on the bottom of her skin.
What does that mean?
So when someone dies, their blood pools to the lowest point.
And is that something that is visible to the eye?
Yes.
And through your training experience, have you seen individuals with lividity before?
Yes.
And when you see lividity, is that something that you see immediately after death, or does it take a while to occur?
It takes a little while for that to happen.
And when you first walked in, was there anything else that you observed about that master bedroom?
The gun safes were open. They had I can't remember if there was one or two, but there was a big safe against the wall. There was like a mattress pushed up against the bathroom door.
How were the contents of that gun safe?
Missing.
Missing? So there was nothing that you could see in there?
Some empty boxes.
And was there anything else that seemed out of place in that room? Anything on the floor, or how did that seem?
Not that I can recall right offhand.
Okay. But you do recall that the gun safe was open and appeared empty?
Yes.
After you made observations in that master bedroom, what was the next thing that you did?
I went back outside and spoke with Sergeant Stevenson, and we had received information that Tara and Uriah were possibly in the League City area, so we left there to go attempt to locate them.
Okay. And when you were attempting to locate, how do you attempt to locate somebody? What were you doing?
We followed an exigency ping on a phone. I didn't have the ping.
So is that how you just learned to go to a certain area?
Yes.
And what area of League City were you in?
518 and Highway 3.
Okay. And while you were there, were you sitting in one place or were you driving around, or both?
We were driving around.
Okay. While you were in League City, did you ultimately locate Tara or Uriah?
I did not.
Okay. after you drove around Lake City, what was the next thing that you did?
Left there and went back to the house where photographs are still being taken of the house. We were executing the search warrant. At that time, we left there and went and spoke with Shauna Pridgeon.
Okay, and who was Shauna Pridgeon in relation to anybody involved?
Uriah's mother.
Okay. And who went to speak to Shauna Pridgeon?
Myself and Captain Miller.
Was Shauna the only individual you made contact with?
No, sir. Or no, ma'am, I'm sorry.
It is all right. And who was the other person or people that you made contact with?
His stepfather.
Okay. Do you recall his name?
Joshua, I believe.
Okay. And without telling me what anybody said, what were Shauna and Joshua's demeanors?
Joshua is a little easier to describe. He was kind of quiet. He just kind of stood back while we spoke with Miss Pridgeon. She was upset, obviously, as any mother would be.
So
she didn't really know what was going on at the time.
So reasonably upset.
Yes.
While you were speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Pridgeon, did you receive anything from them?
We got a picture of a Cash App where I guess some money had been entered into his account or to Uriah's account, his Cash App account, and then immediate withdrawal.
So some information about Uriah's financials, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. After you left the Pridgeons, where did you go?
I went back to the original house.
And what happened once you arrived back at the home?
That they were collecting evidence then.
When you say they, who do you mean?
Our crime scene.
While they're collecting evidence, what are you doing?
At that point, I'm helping them to see if there's any other evidence that we may see that our crime scene guys may not have seen. So we're going through and assisting with the search of the residence.
And was there anything that stood out to you as you searched the residence?
So when we went in there, there was a bag of dog food on the floor. I thought it was really weird. The dog food was cut open and just kind of left open, like somebody was leaving a dog there. There was like 2 or 3 water bowls, but there wasn't a dog.
So that stood out to you, that there was dog food and no dog?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else that stood out to you as you searched the home?
Detective Rodriguez found a letter. It was pretty weird.
Okay. And is that a letter that was located where?
In Tara's bedroom.
Okay. And after that, what's the next thing that occurred or that you observed?
I moved into the living room where they were collecting the guns and stuff. I found a bag of weed and stuff behind the couch.
And when you say you found a bag of weed, was this like large amounts of marijuana or what someone would describe as personal use marijuana?
I'd say probably an ounce or 2 wasn't much.
And for those who may not be familiar with how much is a lot in weed terms, is an ounce or 2 a lot or a little?
I would say it's a little.
Okay. What was the next step in your part of the investigation? If you want to refresh your memory and then look up at me once you feel refreshed.
Okay, so the next day, Lieutenant Cazares and myself, we had received information that there was a car that may possibly be involved, and we went to Lake Jackson to look at that car, and we spoke with them, but it turns out they were just kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay. I want to back up real quick. When we were still at the house on Friday, at any point did you observe Miss King once those blankets had been removed?
I did.
And what, if any, observations did you make?
I was there with the medical examiner, investigator, and he had located a bullet wound, or a gunshot wound, to the left side of her head near her ear.
Okay. So then we moved to the next day. You said that you had received information, received some tips. Was there something that occurred on Friday that led to the sheriff's office receiving tips and calls?
Yes, they put out Facebook posts.
And is that something that is pretty usual in major crimes?
Yeah, typically.
So you stated that you looked into a vehicle in Lake Jackson, but ultimately it was not involved.
I need to back up a little bit.
Go for it.
So before we went there, I was on my way to the office and got rerouted to 310 Waco Street in Lake City.
And what kind of location is 310 Waco?
It's an apartment complex, specifically apartment 106.
And when you arrived at apartment 106, who, if anybody, did you make contact with?
That would have been Christian Atkins.
And about how old was Christian Atkins?
Early 20s, maybe. I have his birthday here. I can do some quick math if you'd like.
You're good. Early 20s works. So, when you met with Christian Atkins, what significance did 310 Waco apartment 106 have?
Without talking about our conversation, Christian was in possession of some firearms, some hair dye, some hair, and a bunch of clothes that Tara and Uriah had left behind.
So Tara and Uriah had been at that location?
Correct.
And so when you arrived at that location, what did you see, or how, let me back up. Was Christian cooperating with you?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I approach the exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish date 63?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Detective Bernard, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is a consent to search the residence at 310 Waco.
And who gave consent to that location?
That was Christian Atkins. He gave consent to search the entire apartment minus his bedroom. He had 3 pretty big aggressive dogs in there.
And the individuals that he gave consent to were who?
Myself or any deputy with the sheriff's office.
Okay. And so you said he gave consent to go anywhere in his home except for his room due to having 3 large dogs. Is that fair?
Yes, they were aggressive.
Okay. When you went into Christian's home, what did you observe?
So Christian had piled up a bunch of clothes that I guess Tara had left behind. He had some guns that were in like soft gun cases. He had piled up a bunch of hair dye and things like that that I guess they had gone to Walmart and bought, and a bunch of hair that I guess they were cutting their hair.
And did crime scene come out to assist with the search?
They did.
And did they collect pertinent evidence and document it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, before we go any further, it's already 5. So why don't I go ahead and release when we start up again tomorrow morning at 9:30.
All rise for the jury.
Court stands in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
I don't have to do this tomorrow unless they just say.
Hey, Gavin.
I do. I'll be here.
No,
I think you're on.
Hello, Sam. Sam,
Okay.
still here.
So I should be here all day.
Okay, well, hopefully, I don't know who's preparing the paperwork for all the
She'll be here
tomorrow.
I'm sure
We have
Quentin's
three
on it.
defendants.
Yes, ma'am.
Sam,
I'm sure Quentin and Sam are on it.
Sam has one, Quentin has the other three. They're all one person.
okay, all right, I think we have three defendants. So I guess Quentin's taken care of.
I have safe.
Run into that problem again.
You come in here.
I don't know how this works. I've never been on overtime.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead and give me another.
Yeah, I almost like